So I'm bored, and why not? Why not just stream my life? This music's terrible. Let's do something about that first. We need some bangers. Alright. I could fox with it. It's a bit of a banger. Not really. Let's see. Black Friday. Crypto on sale now. For those who are watching. What y'all buying?
Who did this? Who the freak ate my snack bag?
Like I said, stuff's on sale. I love my new little cam. It's kind of hot. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see. Need to close some stuff down before I share my screen. So, I don't know. Looks like a lot of discounted action to me. I don't know. What y'all buying? Let me know. 'Cause I will tell you that Ada, as much as I know people hate it, did hit RSI oversold. So that's on my list. So, I mean, you know, it's on my list, because why not? RSI oversold, triggered. People hate it, and I really don't care, because most people don't get why they hate it. They just are parroting what other people say. And anyone with half a brain can actually understand where that product's going, where that project's going, and what they're doing. I don't know. That's my two thoughts. So, whatever. I actually missed my buy point, was trying to catch this and missed it. And now just watching it, because I figure this is just a knee-jerk reaction to this sell-off. And we are still headed in this short-term down pattern. I would like to see this retest down at 1.5 again. And honestly, on a long-term view of this, I could definitely see this heading lower. But it is not a bad entry point if you are just getting into it. I'm adding to a stack that I've been holding since 2018, so I'd been dollar cost averaging while we were way down over here. So for me, you know, dollar cost averaging in the 9 to 20 cent range is like whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of holding off on this right now. I was about to pull the trigger, but I didn't feel like chasing it. So we'll see where this ends up in the next couple of hours. We do have the weekend coming up, and like I said, some more downside is still possible for this guy. Who knows? Maybe not. I'm also watching some other things too. I was actually thinking about not pulling the trigger on this Ada, and have been checking out this project that could be an interesting one. I want to grab the link. Where's the link? Link! Give me a link! Why can't I find the link? There we go. So yeah, this looks like this could be an interesting project. Got my eye on this. Might hit this up in the I did not get in on pre-sale, so I might hit this up on trade opening day. Most ILOs that hit on PancakeSwap do pretty well in the opening. The only people who don't make money are the idiots who buy at the top and then sell at the bottom. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I feel like waiting 7 days to make a trade. I'm impatient. We'll have to see. I don't know. That's what I'm looking at today. And yeah, other than that, quiet day. It's a Friday. It doesn't feel like a Friday since it's after a holiday. And yeah. Man, this music. I mean, this is why it's free, right? Is because you know, I might have to go lo-fi. I feel like you can really rarely go wrong with the lo-fi. And this could be bad, so who knows? We'll have to see. Trying a new thing with the lighting. This is not really working over here with this guy. It's got a little too much in the screen. Let me see if I can get a little of that out of the screen. There we go. That's a little better, I guess. Trying to get rid of some shadows. I don't know. I really like how a lot of the streamers have that dark background and just like enough light to not look like they're dead. I don't know. I'm working on it. I think I need some RGB lights. I think I need a little purple kind of action going on in the background. Is what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let me fire up my other laptop here, since that does share onto the stream, and it's always nice to not be my main PC. I don't know. I'm pretty bored, so I may just stream for like most of today. See what's cracking. I got a few things that I'm working on. You know, mainly, of course, GraphLink. I have to say though, I am digging Windows 11 Enterprise Edition. As someone who hates Windows a lot, I'm not gonna lie, hate Windows a lot. I have been digging the Windows, and that is a really big deal for me because I hate Windows. I've hated Windows for a very long time, and I have been playing around in the latest version, and it's not terrible. Believe it or not, it's not terrible. That's probably the nicest thing I could possibly say. It's not terrible. There are a lot of things I don't like, and obviously a lot of things I'm used to as being a Mac person, but it's not terrible. That is the best I can say about it, is it's not terrible. I'm of course running it in a virtual machine, so that isn't really a full experience of it, but it's not terrible. And the virtual machine version is great. The developer edition comes with pretty much everything you could need, preloaded. Lots of fun. Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio 2019 comes preloaded. Still got this thing going on with my throat. I don't know. Still working on clearing that out. I don't know. It's quite annoying. As some of you know, I was a little sick for a while. You can still kind of hear it. I got it going on. See, I don't know. I'm kind of digging this. I'm not gonna lie. It is an interesting little piece of software. So I haven't managed to crash it yet, which is amazing because normally I manage to crash most Windows installations on the day that I first start using them. So that is a fun little tidbit of information, is I haven't managed to crash it yet. Let's see here. All's going well. My laptop should be sharing over here. Nice. So that's my other machine that I can share from, which is always fun. Maybe today we'll make some graphs. I don't really know. It kind of really depends on what everyone else is up to. I do enjoy making graphs. That's a fact. So that could be fun. We'll have to see what Alex is up to. Maybe he'll be joining us. In the meantime, though, I think I might finish up what I was working on here. You guys can provide some helpful feedback. I kind of want to full screen this bad boy. We'll have to see here. I don't know what you're talking about, but you can go away, because seems like you're spamming too. It's the spam. I don't know if people have noticed, but spam has been out of control lately. Coincides with the holidays. You're getting people who are dumb enough thinking they're getting gift cards or free money. So yeah, that's always fun. I find it interesting that people sit and watch people play games for hours. Like, where are all the people who just want to sit and watch somebody code for hours? Like, you see people who get frustrated and are like, working on trying to win, like I have my own thing I'm trying to win at. It's called Make the Code Work. Sorry, I gotta fix my little wire here so it kind of goes down my sweatshirt and over to the right place. I don't know where it went to, but it's super annoying. There she is. Give her a little There we go. I really like that, hiding that like that. I can't even tell how it's working, but makes me feel like I'm all professional and whatnot if I got it going on like that, right? Can you make these bigger? You know, see, these are like so many things. Like PowerShell, you can't. I mean, this is why I like iTerm and I like Mac, is you can just do those things, and it's like, I have no idea how to do them in PowerShell. I gotta go in here and change the font size. I don't want to change the font size. I just want to zoom in. Like, why is that so difficult to do? And now it's like it makes the window bigger too, which in Mac you can make it so it doesn't do that. Like, I'm gonna complain about everything. Oh, God. I have no idea what that size is gonna be, but it's just like, why are you so annoying? I don't know, I got a little dark mode theme going on too, which I'm kind of digging. That's making me happy because I do love the dark mode themes. Kind of actually intrigued to see how well my system can handle streaming while running virtual machines all over the place. That should be kind of actually an interesting thing to see what it can handle. Crank this open over here on this machine just to check out the YouTube comments, which are mostly spam most of the time, but always good to see what's going on in there. Hello, so what's new in GLQ Space? That's a good question. GLQ Space new. Well, we are actively working on a few integrations, which are going to be, they'll be, how shall I say this? They will be picked up by our partners and we'll get some traction out of that. And some of these integrations will be new. So we will see some new stuff coming in terms of integrations into the IDE. So there's some new stuff with that. And we are working on our own blockchain for Q4, which I have to say has been an interesting thing to work on. I think we probably will release a testnet in early Q1 and look forward to a full release in the beginning of 2022. We'll have to see. I mean, my whole thing is like anything, we don't want to put this out and there be problems. I mean, as I'm sure you can imagine, we have people's money is going to be at risk on on this upgrade, so we have to take this extremely seriously. So I'd like to see. Oh wow, that does full screen on both my machines, huh? That's actually kind of cool. I end up with full screen VirtualBox, both machines. That's fun. Yeah, my computer's not too happy about the fact that I'm trying to stream and running a virtual machine, which I give like half of my computer's RAM to while it's running. It's kind of mean to my system by doing that. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. So I was in the process of fixing up some of the live CoinWatch blocks last night because I know that fetch single coin fetch single coin was not working, so I was looking into that, and I was adding some of the rest of the blocks in there for live CoinWatch, mainly because CoinGecko is really the only choice to grab prices from, and I could do without CoinGecko. Do we have CoinMarketCap? I forget. What else do we have in here besides CoinGecko? We have one other one. I mean, you can get prices off of the exchanges in Uniswap, but yeah, I would really like to see an alternative to CoinGecko on there. Please don't steal my API key. I should have secreted string that, huh? I mean, luckily it's you can't see it all, but secret string. What a great feature that was to add. I've always been extremely happy about that one. Makes life a lot nicer when you're sharing graphs with people and you know you got stuff going on. So yeah, so this was complaining about Symbol. Oh, my machine's not happy with me at the moment at all. Proper marketing. I know that that's a thing that a lot of people are asking about, and you know, the reason why the marketing is where it's at right now is because look, the one thing I will say is you know, we're not planning on disappearing if we go into a bear market. So we are extremely careful with our funds and the money that we have put aside to make things happen. And every single time that we have to make a decision, you know, the team comes together and we talk about spending money. You know, could we spend the money to get listed on other exchanges? You know, when we get listed on one exchange, we generally are looking at other exchanges as well. And we have to come up with a price comparison to figure out what's the benefit of getting listed on one as opposed to another. And a big part of that is cost, but also a big part of that is how many users are we gaining from, you know, listing on some unknown exchange as opposed to like some of the ones that we've been listed on. And, you know, we're trying to find the best exchanges to get listed on. But you have to remember that costs money to get listed on those. And marketing costs money. And right now, it is my opinion, and it has been my opinion in chat, I've said many times, that I just don't think that marketing funds put into promoting the platform right now are going to equal long-term benefits for the project. I think that if anything, you're going to see some short price increases from the exposure, but it's not going to lead to long-term people using the platform and the platform expanding. And until Alex, who is the co-host of my stream, until Alex and I build up our documentation and tutorials, you know, I just don't think that we will see the kind of growth that you would want to see from spending money on things like marketing. I know that's not what people want to hear in the chat, but it's true. And, we really need developers. We need people who are building on the platform, because that is going to drive the marketplace. That's going to drive future development. That's going to drive the average person being able to use it, because the tech people are building and releasing things in the marketplace. And that is going to drive adoption and just I think without all of that in place, I think that money spent on marketing would be a waste. And I understand that from the outside, most people are looking at it as like, oh, we can do some marketing and we can get our name out there, and some people will tweet and retweet it, and you're right, it will make a difference. You will see an uptick in the Twitter, and you will see an uptick in the people coming into the chat. But at the end of the day, it's not going to correlate to long-term movements. No, I agree. We need to market to get those builders. I agree. But the problem is that the documentation, the tutorials, and the stuff, so that, because see, look, here's the thing: is if you market and you get people who come and check out the platform, if they start using the platform and can't use it, don't enjoy it, they're not going to come back. It's almost impossible to gain those people again if they come and they start using it. So I have a few people in mind who are blockchain developers in the space that I would love to see get onto the platform. But in order for them to get there, I think that they need some level of tutorials and other things, so that they can actually use the product. And I think that once you have those in place, you will see the builders start to come, and then the builders will build for the marketplace, and that'll increase the average user, and it will snowball. But I think without some of that core stuff, it's really difficult. When a person comes and they try to use some of the things that are in the app, I'm not even talking about the IDE, just the app, to instantly launch a graph, and it's not click, and they make it, and they run into it being an issue for them, that's going to turn people off. And I think that, and again, this is my experience from marketing in the past and doing other work inside of companies, especially outside of crypto as well, is that I think that it is almost a waste of money. He said lately he's not taking any money for promoting. I'm all about anybody who you guys think is a crypto builder, tech person, developer who would be interested in the platform. Like I said, I have a few people in mind who I would like to see come check out the platform. Alex and I right now are about to dive in and really start creating some tutorials. Alex is going to become part of the team, and he is going to drive a lot of the things that people are asking for. He's going to be tweeting more often. He is going to help with the social media outreach. And I actually do have an AMA that will be getting released soon, and also a upcoming Twitter space with someone who has a large amount of following as well will be coming up. So, it's really difficult because in the chat, we really can't always say that we're doing these things, because a lot of it we're not allowed to talk to until whoever we're working with is releasing it. It's they're paying for the right to make the announcement. So we can't, jump ahead and say that all these things are happening. But I mean, I can tell you that there is an upcoming AMA, which is already recorded. It's in post production now by the person who it's with. And it's actually a she for this one, has a decent amount of followers. And that will be getting released when she is done editing. And there is a Twitter space with someone who has a lot of followers who will be coming soon. And I think that will be interesting. But part of what Alex and I want to focus on is getting those technical developers, the people who are a little bit more in the blockchain space and are no, that's a very good point. AVAX GRT Link GG says, love that GRT is in there. It's funny because I don't consider us having anything to do with the graph, so it's actually kind of funny. People ask it all the time, and the truth is that they don't understand the graph to even compare the two, and they just ask because they think it sounds similar. People ask and they compare us to Link because it has the word Link in it. They think we stole the name and don't realize that LINQ is something completely different. And anyway, community is salty because of market correction. GLQ took a decent hit, but it's more reason to pick up more. Not financial advice, but if you're in it for the long term, today is a dollar cost average opportunity. That if you've had your eye on purchasing more of something or opening up a position into something new and you're getting a 12% discount, happy Black Friday shopping to you. You just managed to pick up something at a cheaper price. My biggest trading thing is dynamic dollar cost averaging. It's very similar to dollar cost averaging, except you are scaling based upon what you believe your entry and exit points are. So instead of just buying without a forethought and buying in random amounts, as price goes up or down, you are scaling in and out of your position in multiples. It is a way to lock in gains, significantly lower your entry price, and protect your gains and make more just by being smart about it. Too many people just buy all at once and sell all at once, and I don't know. But yeah, that is why the community is salty. They're salty because we've been a little quiet lately. A lot's been going on our end. Yeah, I mean, listen, you guys are entitled to your opinion about marketing, and I think that look, at the end of the day, do we want to grab people who are going to sit in the chat all day and talk about the price? I mean, that is absolutely useless to this product. And there are very few people who are in our chat who are interested in using the platform. There are some. There's a group of people who are using the platform and ask questions and are looking to build things, but there is more people that are here just for price action. So honestly, no offense, but I don't care as much about those people. I get it, we're all here to make money at the end of the day, but my main concern is using this platform and doing what I think is the one of the really big goals of this platform, and that's to be able to bring blockchain development and blockchain programming to people who are not able to, because of their lack of coding experience, do any of that kind of stuff. And to me, that that has more value to me because that is really our top goal, is to be able to do that. Yeah, dynamic dollar cost averaging. So basically, it is the exact same thing as dollar cost averaging, which is just the idea of not buying all at once, and as if the price goes lower. So the idea is that if you bought at $1 and the price goes down to 50 cents and you buy the same amount that you bought at $1 at 50 cents, your cost price is now 75 cents. So that would mean if the price is still 50 when you just bought double the amount, rather than having to wait to get to $1 to break even, you would break even at 75 cents. And at $1, you would be, in profit. So that's like regular dollar cost averaging, but dynamic dollar cost averaging is putting in a little more forethought into where the price is and where the buy zones could be. So basically, you kind of want to look a little bit more at the history of the price action, and look at where you think your entry point should be, and have different zones that you want to purchase in. And they would go in multiples down. So you would have your first buy zone would be like your 1x buy zone. So you would buy one multiple of how much you want to buy. So let's just say it's 1,000 coins. And then you would have multiples going down as the price reaches these lower buy zones, at which you would be buying 2 times as much or 3 times as much, 4 or 5, however you want to increment excuse me, those numbers, which is dynamic dollar cost averaging is also kind of how my bots work that I use for trading. Is you want to buy more aggressively as the price comes down, because you will lower your entry price or your exit price, if you want to look at it that way. You will lower that price in multiples each time you come down, making you in profit quicker than if you were to just buy the same amount. I doubt I can log into this. It's probably going to ask for my username and pass, and my key. But so for something like this, I can actually show you where I use this the most. Yeah, I appreciate that. I do get a little do I not have an account anymore? 3 commas? No, that's my I do get a little upset in the chat because people are very. Do I no longer have an account with them? People are and look, again, most of those people are looking for price action, and that's why they're upset. And it is difficult every single day to be sitting in chat and want to talk to the people who are using the platform, when literally we had that insane excuse me, we had that insane run of people who kept on saying when marketing for like a 24-hour period. And no offense, I signed out of chat and was no longer interested in being around it, because what am I going to say to it? I'm going to keep defending my position. Am I going to continue to keep on arguing with people over this? Like, it's really not, it's not worth it. So because of that, there definitely are days where I open up the chat, putting in my two-factor authentication for three combos right now. There are days that I open up the chat and I literally have to close it down, and the reason why is I don't filter myself very well, and I will say what's on my mind, which is not always a good thing. Most of the people who know me appreciate it because they like that I am just another regular person in the chat and will say what I feel. But you know, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. So basically, I'm gonna create a bot here, and I can actually show you an example of dynamic dollar cost averaging. Now, of course, they have changed how all of these bots work. Do I have any bots in here? Of course not. Math is basically where we're about to run into some interesting stuff. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, like, if people really wanted, I could just pander to people and just say what they want to hear. And is that really here we go, this is what I'm looking for. Is that really helpful? You know, to just constantly be telling people what they want to hear in the chat. I agree. I would rather have the people on the team be a little bit more honest and say what it is that they're thinking. Okay, so let's use anything against USDT. We're just gonna pick this one because it's there. Great. So here, basically, the idea being is a bot. And let's target like 2.5% from total volume. Here we go. So this is where this gets interesting, right? So we're gonna say we're gonna do 10 buys, price deviation, and we're gonna scale our volume up, and we're gonna step scale it up as well. And now if I go ahead and pull up this chart, what you'll see is so this is an example which is probably not going to be thought out very well to really make a difference. Let me think about this to make this a little bit more. Okay, so basically the idea is your initial buy order, you're opening. Really, my size is 1 ADA. Hold on, that's not right. We need to increase that a little bit. Here we go. We're long, base order size. Okay, that will probably be why that didn't do well. Okay, so basically the idea is, you know, it doesn't matter what you're trading whatever here, and the idea is you're buying 634 of this token. You're spending $1,000 USD, and that makes your average price what the price is, which is $1.05, right? So now you have this many at that price. So the idea is when the price drops down by 1.28%, that's really not enough. Hang on, I should have set this example up, but you know, since I'm kind of doing this on the fly, here we go. Price deviation. Let's do 2.5%. we can scale this down a little bit less, like that. Okay, so now this will give us some better numbers. Yeah, this is much better. So now basically the idea is, right, so we bought at $1.57, and the idea is at $1.53, when the price comes down to there, I'm now going to buy 975. So I'm buying $1,500 worth. And what that does is, if you watch the average price and the percentage for change, the idea is that you are down right here 13% from your initial buy, but to break back to even is 7%. So the idea is you are lowering this, but you are scaling up the amount. And in this case, you're also scaling up the percentage. So in the beginning, we bought after about 2.5% being down, but this is also then now going up to 5 and 8% and 12. So you're not only increasing your amount you're buying, but you're also increasing the distance between each of your buys a little bit lower, which as you do that, you're able to buy more, and increasing your amount to breaking even. So basically, right here at your first buy, you had to wait till it got to $1.61 to be able to make your $1.57 to $1.61, give you your 2.5% profit. So the idea is now your profit taking now, instead of being $1.61, you can see continues to keep going down. So rather than having to wait for this to get back to $1.61, by doing this, your take profit is now $1.46, $1.40, $1.30. So the idea is, as this continues to keep going down, you're reducing your exit point to still make the 2.5% that you originally wanted to make. So the idea being is that your bot closes the trade quicker. You still make the same, you actually make more money because you're making 2.5% on, 20,000 shares as opposed to 1,000. And then in turn, your bot is then opening up a new trade quicker, which again, you're then making more money because you're closing more trades per day by doing this. If I can send you, for 3 commas, if I can send you my my invite code in the chat, I have some invites here. I'm gonna hit you up with one of these. I don't know, copy link. I don't have my mouse set over to that screen, so let me real quick just do this. I'd appreciate if you use it. You will get a discount, obviously. If you notice, I don't put links all over in my chats, but I would appreciate if you did use it, because it will help me out. I'm a big fan of 3 commas. I've used a lot of bot services in the past. The reason why I like 3 commas the most is because that it is a good balance. Ironically, it reminds me of kind of the balance that GraphLink is trying to do. It's a really good balance between giving the newer traders the ability to kind of quickly take somebody else's settings, and quickly launch a bot. But at the same time, the amount of configuration it lets the advanced users do is still very high. I wish I still had all of my trading data in here from when I was actively using 3 commas, but I have made a decent amount of money in trading 3 commas. Not financial advice, but it is something that if you do have to spend time. I mean, you can go in and just literally copy and paste somebody's bot if you want. But there is some value in paying attention to what it is that you're trading and why you're trading it. Also, Black Friday sale. Yeah, no, you're hitting a Black Friday sale too. I appreciate you using my link. Thank you. The only thing I will tell you is that you do need to have an exchange that three commas works with. Um, and these days, I don't know what they support because of regulations and whatnot. Oh, they do support Binance US. So yeah, if you are in the US, there are some options. They do support Coinbase Pro, which they still call GDAX, which is awesome for those who remember it being called that. Gemini, KuCoin, Kraken. Yeah, no, so there are plenty of options in here. I mean, when I used three commas, this was back when you could still use that first exchange up there. I don't want to say the name, but you could still use that one from within inside of other countries that you are no longer allowed to use it in. So there was a lot of good trading to be had. Loving the new camera. Thank you. Thank you. I really was trying to put the G in it, but instead ended up with the outline of the G, but closed off into kind of a box. And basically, Alex said something about like I'm like in the universe. I'm like inside the GraphLink world or something. I don't know how he said it, but it was funny. Yeah, that was kind of what I was playing around with, was that because I was learning how to do masking, because obviously my camera is is this full size like this, and basically having a mask where the camera is basically cut into a shape was a lot of fun to be able to set this up. I was actually just going to do a circle and do that so that when I'm sharing the screen with Alex, that my screen is not a square, because it looks so cheesy when it's just like a square in the corner. And so I was originally going to do it as a circle, but then I kind of came up with this idea to put me inside this shape and then actually have a video looping in the background as part of it too. You can actually see if I kill the camera from this video capture device. There it is. You can actually see this. This is the video that's basically looping in the background, and I have my camera on top of it. Otherwise, it would look like I think that the little loop video is kind of interesting. So, yeah, thank you. I this is what I do at night when I can't sleep. Is I play around with learning something new, and I'd been wanting to learn how to do that, and so I learned it. Watched a quick YouTube video, and then went ahead and set it up, and there it is. So that was kind of where I got to with that. I wish Binance was hooked up into TradingView. Yeah, I do miss TradingView is fantastic. I do love their charts. Nobody really beats TradingView's charts. Their charts are fantastic. I spend a lot of time inside of TradingView. TradingView is inside of Binance US. This is actually a TradingView chart. So you do have some of your same options with being able to put indicators and to be able to draw on your charts and whatever else you want to do. So it does give you some things that are very TradingView-esque, but obviously the TradingView and actually nowadays too, I don't know if you know this, but TradingView has an app. You actually can launch TradingView on your machine locally and be able to use TradingView, which is lots of fun. And TradingView has some pretty cool widgets too. Speaking of widgets, man, I'm really going to be testing my computer to see how well it's going to like what I'm about to do to it, because it's not going to like this at all, what I'm about to do. But we're going to do it anyway. So if the stream starts to get a little laggy, let me know, because this probably is going to upset my stream software, but whatever, we'll see. So yeah, adding TradingView widgets and charts and stuff. TD sequential, and then the cloud, the Ichimoku, whatever how you pronounce it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those as well. I also do like yeah, it's not really a standalone app. It really is just kind of a app that is launching the browser inside of an app. But what's nice about it is that basically it, you get the full effect of it being an app, and it is a little more responsive. You don't have to go through the whole website to do anything. The other thing, I think I'm actually only streaming in 720, and that is probably why my stream is handling what I'm doing to it. Yeah, so in TradingView, this is the other indicator, which I do like too. It's called QFL. It's called Quick Finger Luke. And basically it is a trading strategy where you are looking for entry and exit points. The idea being that they are ones that are happening kind of quickly, hence the quick finger Luke. It's kind of like a choo-choo, I don't know. Now I'm just making stuff up. But yeah, that's kind of basically the idea with it. And I have found that it works really well. I also like Awesome Oscillator. Is a good, and I'm a very big fan of just traditional RSI and MACD. I think are useful tools as well. So yeah, the app is not bad. But yeah, so I was looking, like, for instance, these are the TradingView indicators that you can embed into a website. So I was actually looking at embedding these into our analytics with some stuff, but with the longer term goal of making these kinds of indicators inside of GraphLink so that they could be used anywhere, not just embedded into this site. So while this is kind of like, yeah, it's cool to add it, obviously it would be a lot cooler to add this where it's actually part of GraphLink and not just an external little piece. Yeah, this is actually a little sneak preview of what I've been working on in the analytics. Still have a lot to do, and I have some other stuff, other platforms I need to actually focus on first. But yeah, so some indicators is something I've been looking at. I've also been working on integrating the staking platform information into this. So one of the things that, if you've ever used the analytics, the connect wallet button doesn't actually do anything. Let me actually, you know what? No, let me actually, I can't actually use, I was going to switch and use my wallet, but I realized that I really don't want to show my balance. But yeah, if you were to have connected this, your down here, once you connect your wallet, would show your balance and how much you've earned and how much you can claim and all those other numbers as well. And then another thing I've been working on is some social analytics to try to bring in little information about, let me hide my camera. A little information about what these social websites are up to. So this is number of Twitter followers on GraphLink, number of Telegram members, number of Reddit followers, and number of Medium followers. I was also looking to do number of tweets per day, number of interactions in tweets, and other things that would show the level of interaction that some of these metrics are grabbing. So yeah, so these again, I before releasing them, I want them to actually be fully 100% done through the IDE. Some of these I've had to cheat and do them with an API outside of the IDE to generate them. But Twitter and some of these are part of the platform, and we just need to add some new blocks. And grabbing this kind of data would be possible. So I think that this would be really interesting to grab some social metrics. I think news metrics and things would be interesting as well. And I wanted to embed charts, and I actually did embed charts. This is so the analytics is live. You can go to analytics.graphlink.com or .io, but these new things that I'm working on are not published yet. These are internal. They're not internal. They're just still in development. And yeah, so I wanted to also add the exchanges and be able to get a little more drilling down of price action between the exchanges. But yeah, I mean this whole interface. So I'm gonna shut this and I'll actually go to the production version because mine has a bunch of things that are like in progress and are not done. So if we go ahead and let me just squeeze that out. So let's go to, so if you go to analytics.graphlink.io, you will be able to get to this this service. So we are pulling in trades from Uniswap. The goal is to obviously eventually pull in trades from other exchanges as well. We are monitoring our supply, our amount burned, our 24-hour price. And yeah, you can see in the analytics, this is all coming soon because there's stuff that I've been working on. And this, the point is that this is something that we are Alpha Gang Rise Up, absolutely. And this is something that we are developing to use with our partnerships. So you can see that Polygon is in here as well. And so this is Unicrypt showing some of their locked liquidity and some information on their coins as well. Polygon is in here, and I think, so that one I need to make. Besides Polygon, there's one more that needs to get added that we recently partnered with. So, the goal is to bring as many metrics and have them being calculated through the through the, a graph to be able to bring this data in. And then the best part is that once those are created as part of the GraphLink platform and they're in the analytics, an average person can come at the analytics and be able to see what the data looks like and have it presented to them. But as somebody who wants to build on top of that inside of a graph, to be able to make that data available for your graph to be able to use is also a big part of this as well. So you will actually notice, I believe, if you go into the IDE, I believe that I should do this on my other computer. You should see that GraphLink Analytics is actually a block. Yeah, it is here. And then the goal is eventually that, the analytics, you'll be able to tap into that data from within the IDE, so you can create graphs that are based on the analytics that the analytics platform is doing. So that could be any of those things that we're building. So that would allow you to quickly tap into the number of trades, the social volumes, all those other things, and then make alerts or trades or whatever your graph wants to do based on those type of analytics. So yeah, so that's something that we're working on too. I do like kind of giving sneak peeks to people on the stream, because you guys are the real GraphLink people when you come in on the stream, as opposed to just sitting in chat and complaining about marketing. So Yeah. So this is what I'm working on right now is the Live CoinWatch API. I do have a lot of other things I need to work on, but this is something I've been really wanting to fix because I really don't like that CoinGecko is kind of really our only option for grabbing price metrics. I think we have one other one besides that, but I feel like we could do better in terms of that. So I'm gonna have to connect my wallet in here. I was trying not to use my my main account because I really just don't want to pull my wallet up. So I should be able to log in with this one. I really should use my other laptop to do this since it's not on the streaming machine. But yeah, so this block here should be able to do this, and I can throw a string in here and the symbol, like for instance BTC is the symbol. This should be printing out the price, and I believe that this is having some issues. So I was looking at fixing this, but I was also looking at adding some of the rest because the Live CoinWatch API has a lot of really great different kinds of data that you can grab out of it. How many people are part of the GraphLink team? So, there's a lot of behind the scenes people, there's, cause you have to remember that our development team is spread out over, the world, and we do have some of the people who English is not really their primary language. However, they do speak English, but, I can't complain because I don't speak French. But there are a lot of people who do speak French. So they're not in the chat and as active. They're kind of just hanging out in the background. And I don't blame them. That's kind of really my job, is to be the face of GraphLink in some ways. But yeah, there's a small group of people, and hello to you. Thank you for joining the stream. And there are a good amount of people who are here helping out, and Alex, who is my co-host, is going to be joining the team and really helping with what I have said is what we need in place in order for the tutorials and the marketing to kick in. Is we do need those level of tutorials, we do need better documentation. And we do need to fix some things with the wording and the ease of use in the app and the IDE. And he is going to be working directly with me on that. And what's great is that Alex is not a coder. Alex is not a programmer. He had never used GraphLink until I introduced him to it. So he's coming in with this fresh perspective. And his goal is to look at this as somebody who is not a coder and trying to use the platform as somebody who wants to learn the platform and is trying to do it from the perspective of not having any knowledge of being a programming language or anything like that. So he is has a really good perspective to bring that on. How can you help with GLQ in marketing? Honestly, I think the biggest... Sorry, I'm going to clear my throat. I'm going to put myself on mute for a minute here. Hang on. Wow. Whoever posted that image of Alex vaping and then the picture of Elon Musk, smoking a blunt. I thought that was fantastic. That was one of the most fantastic things I have seen as a GraphLink meme post in a while. The biggest thing that would really help with marketing, honestly, is building. So there's two programs really right now that would really help, is building for the marketplace, because the great graphs on the marketplace will really help get traction from people who are looking to quickly learn about and use GraphLink without having to build a graph, and especially be able to use something that they'll be interested in. I know people have lots of ideas for things they could build with graphs. And the other is there is the ambassador program that we launched. So applying for that, I think, would probably bring you in on the team, on a ambassador level program. I don't know what the the idea. My idea would be that you guys would be in more communication with us. I would love to create like a private chat, and that would help get everybody on the same page and doing some marketing and doing the ability to assist people. A big part of this is we need to be able to have good documentation, have tutorial videos, and also have people who are actively willing to help the new people who are coming in. Any staff in Australia? You'll take GLQ as payment. So no, I don't think we have anybody in staff in Australia. So America, India, and France are the biggest ones, but we also have some other European area people as well, besides just France. And yeah, GLQS payment is what the bounty programs are for. And again, that's another thing that I think will really help build the adoption, and then build the marketing that's going to go on top of it, is for people to start getting some of those rewards. Yeah, there is a Telegram chat just for builders. It is the developer chat. There is one that is, you are not allowed to talk about anything but ask and answer development related questions. Excuse me, I'm sorry. This is just, I'm still getting over being sick, so this is kind of my life right now. But yeah, the developer chat is this one right here. I will post it in the YouTube chat. Oh, I closed that down, didn't I? I did. Hang on one second. I should be doing this on my other laptop and not on this one. But yeah, here is the excuse me. That is the development support chat, and the goal of that chat is only people who are developing should really be chatting in there. I mean, you can join it, if you're interested in seeing what's going on, but discussion about the price or any of the other stuff is really very not encouraged in there. The point is to ask questions, learn how to use the platform. If you're having problems with stuff, people who are in there are more than willing to help you. There are people who have a little bit of skill, which are great to see. There's people who have been building stuff and are willing to jump in and help. So that's really nice. If you look through a lot of these questions, they are very much related to GraphLink and blockchain development. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going to mute myself again. Man, I can't get that cleared out. I don't really know. Yeah, that is a good question too. The metaverse has become very popular lately. It's the buzzword. And Alex and I have been chatting about how we could bring the metaverse creation into GraphLink and make that something you could do. I still can't get rid of this. I'm gonna have to mute myself again. I'm so sorry. It's just disgusting. I really do apologize. But no, that is a good question. I do like to see, would like to see some kind of metaverse incorporated into GraphLink. I think that a partnership with a metaverse project is probably a possibility. We could see some IDE integration for that. That definitely is a possibility. So yeah, what I was saying earlier was it would be really great to see the rest of the live CoinWatch blocks get brought in. This would allow you to bring up things like the market in general and be able to use some of those numbers. Be able to bring up the history of a coin, so that would allow you to build what's the word I'm looking for? That would allow you to build those indicators, because you would be able to look at history over time and build indicators. And also grab some information about exchanges too. I think there could be some uses for that. So yeah, I was looking at fixing this graph, this block for the single coin, because I don't believe it works correctly yet. Or it did work and it stopped working, I should say. Oh, look. Hello. That's interesting. Printed the whole array. Price, all-time high. Market cap, volume. Timestamp. So maybe it's having some issues with... What? Why does that say that there? Where did that come from? Huh, that's interesting. It dumped out the whole array, but it looks like there's some debugging info, or unless that was an old graph that I have in memory that is mentioning that as like a term to see if it's working. That's really weird. Been sick for a week. Sorry, bro. Think I spread it. These new variants are getting crazy. I agree. Yeah, I love that our Saudi Arabia users are so prevalent in our chat. I love that you guys have taken it upon yourselves to post on Twitter and have are translating things and are putting information out there for your community. I know you guys have your own Telegram chat as well. So just from JRoot to you guys, man, I really appreciate that. I may hop in that chat one of these days, just because Google Translate does a pretty decent job of allowing me to translate and respond. And again, ironically, I'm not an ignorant American. I think it's really amazing how many people in other countries speak the English language. I understand why. I think it's just, I really wish that more people in America learned other languages and didn't expect people to speak English, especially being that we are a nation of immigrants and, the official language of America really should just be everything. That was what built this country, was people coming from, well, something else built this country too, the S word, which I'm not going to say out loud, but that along with our immigrant population is what really helped build this country. And I just think that we should be treating everybody better. They are the reason why this country is so great. And we all are a reason why, because we all at one time were considered on that status level. My family came over from Italy, and we have, really strong communities that are, country American, Italian American. We have, strong countries that come here seeking out America for what we're supposed to stand for. And things have gotten really terrible. I really would like to see things get better, but that's a story for another stream altogether. I think it's awesome though, the internet and what it allows, for our communities in the crypto markets to be able to interact with each other. Crypto is borderless. That is one of the main goals of it, is that we all, no matter where we are in the world, can, in theory, access the crypto markets, or at least the blockchain, that nobody can be the one to stop you. Now, granted, there are some countries where they have managed to do things like that, but you can pass as many laws as you want telling people that they can't use crypto, and they are still going to use it because it's extremely difficult to block. So with that said, wait a minute, it says the price is $1.69, and I definitely put in BTC. So this looks like this is pulling all-time high 262. Why does this look like ADA? This is definitely... Wait, so there won't be a GLQ chain released in Q4. I don't want to jump the gun on some of the announcements that are upcoming, but I will say that the Q4 release of the mainnet, the full actual mainnet, is probably not going to be what comes out in Q4. It will probably be a test net that is geared towards having some people get involved with. This decision came kind of from me directly. My role in GraphLink is going to become more of a full-time role going forward, so I will not be just working on GraphLink in my downtime. It will become something that I focus on, and I don't think that it would be a good idea to take the millions of dollars that we have in the GraphLink market cap and just migrate us over in one quick shot to a new chain. I think that a testnet version, because see, the thing is that you have to remember, I don't think people realize this when they talk about proof of stake and what the point is of the proof of stake blockchain. People think that our proof of stake blockchain is just the idea that people are going to be staking and they'll be validators, and as a result, people will be earning money through staking because that's how proof of stake works, and you'll be on there and that's what it'll do. But the idea for the proof of stake platform is more than just that. The proof of stake platform, the point of it is that we will begin to slowly decentralize the GraphLink protocol out to the people who are stakers. You will be the ones who are handling some of the computational parts of what GraphLink does, and that's why you will earn. That's why you will earn money. I'll get to that question. Sorry, I did skip that. And that's why you will earn staking rewards, is because you will be participating in the decentralization and the stability of the GraphLink protocol through your staking. So with that being said, I think it's important to understand that the proof of stake migration is a lot larger than just migrating our coin to a new chain. If we wanted to migrate our coin to a proof of stake chain, we could probably do that overnight. That is not a big move to be able to do that. What is a big deal to be able to do is to have our what is called our engine, and have that run on our proof of stake, so that there is value in our proof of stake blockchain, because that's where the value comes from inside of proof of stake. If all the proof of stake did was get you rewards, it would have no value. You're basically just printing money for the point of doing it, and if anything, that actually creates negative value, because you're releasing tokens into the supply, which their value is people who are basically going to be selling them to offset their costs, and aren't going to be for being rewarded for anything other than having a proof of stake blockchain. We don't gain anything through that. So a big part of moving to the proof of stake is also the decentralization and the improvement of the platform as a whole by making it decentralized through stakeholders, and then people who can what's the word I'm looking for? It's not pledge, but people who will delegate their coins to people who are running stake pools, similar to how most other platforms work, is where there are delegators and there are people who delegate to the main stake pools that are out there. So the goal would be that, like other platforms have done, this is not something that would happen overnight. It's something that internally we would probably run a larger amount of stake pools, and then slowly, I don't know, I can't think of a good example, but if you look at a platform like Cardano, sorry, that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head, they had a kind of a hybrid model where it wasn't fully decentralized, and until things were tested and really ready to roll, they had validators who were being ran by the Cardano Foundation, and they slowly over time reduced those as the community began to pick up and start running it, because you definitely don't want to be in a situation where you just kind of switch over and decentralize the platform, and your validators are doing things that they shouldn't be. So just like those platforms too, there will be incentives for those staking, and there also will be punishment. It's not the right word I want to use, but what do they call that? Basically there will be things to incentivize you to keep your node online and to make sure it's working. So for instance, if your node does go offline for a certain amount of time, you do get your rewards slashed, or however they do it. I forget. It is something that we can program in and would be specific to our chain as to how we offer that. But the goal really would be to roll into that in a very thought out manner that doesn't put the platform in a situation where we have any problem with it. And also, you know, there's a lot of money in the platform. There are a lot of people who hold significant amount, and I don't care how much money you have invested in the platform. You know, if you have $1, that is $1 worth of money that we all could use, you know. So I take that very seriously. So with the change in my role becoming more of a full-time and running, I think that we need to do that whole rollover in a very well thought out manner. So I don't think it will be released in Q4, but that doesn't mean that we aren't still doing it. My thought is that we would release the mainnet, the actual full mainnet, in Q1, and only due to the fact that we would want to have the testnet bring on some validators and have them up and running so that there is a level of decentralization to it right away, and it's not just internally we're running these. And again, you know, there are many platforms out there that had rushed to do some of these things and had really destroyed their value by making mistakes, and I just don't want to see that happen to us. Thank you, Avex, GRT, Link, GG, good game. Thank you for coming on the stream. 4:30 a.m. for you, bro. Penalties, yeah, there's penalties. I forget how they call that, but yeah, there's some kind of penalties for not keeping up your end of the bargain, because people are delegating their money to your stake pool. So they're relying on you to be the one who is keeping a node running so that they get their rewards. So yeah, there has to be some kind of incentive to that for nodes who either don't stay online or produce bad blocks or whatever it is that happens. And that's like that in any platform. So yeah, not to ignore your question about the person who is number one in the stakers. I wasn't ignoring that. I just get a little distracted, and as you can see, I then start rambling on points that I can talk about for hours. So basically, I think that there was a small bug that caused that to happen. I will tell you this, though. The number one person who was that is staking in there is not a person. That is actually part of the team funds through Unicrypt. I think that's a Unicrypt address of Unicrypt money that was locked in there that was for the team, and that's why it was the first address, is because through Unicrypt we allowed them to be the first one because they are a partner with us and we wanted to obviously give them some advantage. Personally, though, I don't know why that address is now showing as 0. My guess is that had something to do with the, what's the word I'm looking for? Probably had something to do with the fact that those tokens are no longer locked in the contract that they were locked in when they were staked. That doesn't mean they aren't still locked, but when they get re-locked, they're probably not in the same place, and as a result, it's causing that that reporting error in terms of showing that number. Is my guess as to what happened with that. Yeah, no, I can't go into the dashboard through this browser. That's a bad idea. Let me switch over to the other one. So yeah, I am fully aware that is an issue, and I have seen that. You know, the thing to remember also is that the staking interface through the app, in the sense that it is right now, is not going to be here when we move to proof of stake, because the staking rewards will be through the proof of stake mechanism, which will be through validators who are the ones running the nodes and people who are delegating to those nodes. So as a result, your staking rewards will come from the validator node that you are either running or that you are delegating your staked GLQ to. So keep in mind that this actually is going to change when that happens. I have to be honest, and I know that some people can't understand this, but we can't continue to keep running out 15 and 7.5% and 5% forever. Number one, that creates a huge amount of downward pressure on the GraphLink token to begin with. And also, it's going to release too much of our unreleased tokens out into the platform that we would like to use for real proof of stake incentives. The number of stakers increases, but the total number of stake decreases. I think the reason for that is, and I really don't want to say too much about this, but I believe that there was a small issue with the staking way that it was calculated, and as a result, emergency withdrawals are enabled in the contract, and as a result, that doesn't recalculate the staking correctly. Because some people were having issues withdrawing their staking. Not that there was a problem with it, but just, I don't know. But all I do know is it doesn't matter because we are in November, and I would say within the next 3 months or so, we will be off of this whole staking interface and tiered reward system because we will be moving to proof of stake anyway. So I have to admit this whole piece is kind of a bit of a lower priority for us right now due to the fact that getting onto proof of stake is the higher priority. And like I said, that is a really big part of, we have our token, and we need to be able to I don't want to say protect, but we need to be able to keep the funding of the supply in order to be able to make proof of stake work. So moving off of that is something that we need to do so that our platform continues to function. So we don't want to be staying on our current staking reward system longer than we have to. These numbers and these metrics were all thought out when we began with a supply that we did and with percentages that we did. We did think this through as to where, over what period of time would we be at a certain level of circulating supply. So we do want to make sure there is differences in there too with what's in Etherscan. This is something that people have requested that Rish look into, and it's something that Alex and I are going to take on, is that our circulating supply is not the same everywhere you go. And it's really difficult to determine what is the correct circulating supply. And again, I would like to see this fixed. I believe that CoinMarketCap does have a correct number, and they're looking at about 340,000 for our current circulating supply. So And also too, moving to the proof of stake and the blockchain, that also then allows the burning mechanism to be kicked in as well. So that is a big part of, again, moving to proof of stake, but more than just being able to offer rewards, is that it actually has a lot of functionality that needs to be done for proof of stake to work correctly, and it's extremely tied into the platform. And I mean, imagine us starting to move people's liquidity over out of the current GLQ token into the proof of stake one, and things not be working 100%. I just think that will look really bad. I think that will scare off some people, and I don't want to see that. I want to see our migration over to that platform go extremely well, especially due to the fact that the platform will be running on the proof of stake blockchain. It's not just that we are giving out proof of stake rewards through it. I said that a few times now. I'm gonna stop saying that. But that is a really big reason why. Yeah, I mean, they got us with a blue check mark saying that this is what they think our circulating supply is. What does Etherscan say in terms of that? Do they have a number that they publish? Hang on, uno momento. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just take care of something. People in the background outside of the door where I'm streaming yelling, and it's like, all right, it's nice that you guys are here and hanging out. But like, you're super loud. The whole stream doesn't need to hear you guys being crazy. I do see that there are issues with all of that, and it is a little off right now, and really what it comes down to is that I hate to say this, but this is going away, and our move to the proof of stake system is a much higher priority right now. A lot of pending transactions into GLQ. That's interesting. Does this show in here our numbers? Where does it show that? I'll be right back. I need to go yell at people. So I'm back. Yes, I'm very much aware of the fact that these numbers are all off. And the truth is, what I would love to have happen is us just migrate and not have to worry about it. These are things that happen. I wish I had a good explanation for it. It is just the way that things are. And yeah, it sucks. It's annoying. I wish that we could fix these, but they are issues with things that are just reporting issues. They're not issues with staking not working or anything like that. They are just reporting issues in terms of like the app and other places just reporting numbers differently. So it is what it is kind of thing. I really hate that saying, but it is what it is right now. And obviously the priority of moving towards the proof of stake platform is a much higher priority right now that I would like to see happen. Oh, I wonder if the reason why is my system is talking to the internal graph. Oh no, I'm on production. I wonder if I pushed code. This looks like something I would have pushed code in, but it also looks like this is running the wrong graph. Let's go ahead and do one of those good old-fashioned clear the cache. Developer tools. Let's clear the cache out because it almost looks like it's running a graph that does something completely different because it's pulling a price that doesn't even match. GLQ top. Yeah, no, we are you saying that the chart is looking like it's topping? Because I think we're down pretty significant with the rest of the market. Yeah, I don't know what everyone else has been thinking about today's price action, but to me, this looked like, oh yeah, look, I'm not on the stream. Let me, hey. I think that today's price action was, if you were interested, could be considered a buying opportunity for some of these. I think we have the potential for further downside. But also at the same time, I think this is the shakeout before the last run is a possibility as well, is that we basically are looking to get rid of some weak hands before we make a final hurrah and end the bull market. You know, I believe and understand the idea that this go-around's bull market and bear market is going to be different than previous years, yada yada, institutional investors, yada yada. That's definitely a possibility. But, you know, at the same time, I think that the way that the market reacts and how we are so, there's a lot of money that's in there trading. Also, it's important to remember that leverage trading continues to grow a lot, and also the ability to short has really come up, and as a result, that causes the initial reactions to be exaggerated in terms of directions that they move in. So even if it's going up, the shorts covering are going to cause that price movement to be exaggerated more than it would be if there wasn't shorts out in the market. I don't know. We're at some significantly important numbers right now as to where the market is going to go from here. I still think there's the potential for some downside. I'm not going to lie. I think that there is some downside potential. I don't really care, to be honest. I'm gonna move this light a little bit, see if I can get a little less shadow It's too bright though. That's a little better maybe. I don't know. Um, I honestly, I don't care. I don't pay attention to the market as much as I used to. I mean, there was a time that I watched it every single day. Um, and quite frankly, I'm much happier not doing that. Um, you know, zooming out and paying attention to the market on a macro scale gives you some peace of mind and also allows you to make smarter decisions rather than being, staring at a 15-minute chart and trading based on that. That's just my opinion. I still do make small trades like that. And generally, I look for really oversold or extremely overbought situations to make moves on. You see these new cryptos that launch and they run up to $1 and people think that it's going to keep on running to $10. And it's like, no, people are going to take profits. So, trading in and out of that and quick double up. I mean, I definitely do occasionally get into that. But majority of my trading is long-term, looking for, projects that have potential in terms of their roadmap, in terms of their, where they are in the broader market for what it is that they do compared to other chains and what they're looking to do. I think finding some interesting potential like that. I mean, at the end of the day, here's the thing, is that if the market goes into a bear market for the next 5, 4, 3, whatever years that it could potentially go into, am I going to be unable to sleep at night? Am I going to be waking up because I'm worried about open positions? Am I going to be worried because I'm over leveraged? Absolutely not. I will sleep soundly at night and I will continue to hold for the long term. And we'll probably use that opportunity to be looking for more deals to be able to pick up on. I think it's really important to remember that I have a connect locked. Is there a way to connect one of my apps through API or webhooks to the blockchain through Graphene? Yes, you can connect an app via the API or webhook for sure. That is what it's for. It's a good question though. I hate to come back to this because I know how much people don't like this coin, but I mean, you could look at any ticker from just before the beginning of this year, and you look at all of these of where they were in, I guess I can do it on a 12-month. If you look at where all of these were before January 1st of this year, the month before, in December and in late November, things were trading at fractions of where they are right now. I mean, you have to look out, zoom out and look at where we have come from where we were recently. So anybody who is smart enough during this period of time, and again, you can look at any of these charts of the 2008 to 2018, excuse me, during this period of time here, this was your chance to accumulate. And I can't even begin to tell you the number of people who in the last bull market bought up here at the top and sold during this stretch of time here because they don't have patience. Again, not financial advice. What I'm preaching is patience and an understanding of market cycles, because the real money that was made were the people who accumulated down here and got this as their reward. I mean, going from, under 10 cents to $3. I mean, those are the kind of gains that people think that they see other people doing it and they think it happens overnight. It does not happen overnight. It happens by spending the time to do the research and the understanding and going through some really hard times to come out on the other side. And sometimes that means you do have to sell stuff and move on. You know, if that, you need to do that level of research on a regular basis on the things you are invested in so that you can figure out where the your value is, so that you're in the correct place. Again, I mean, you look at XRP, look, every chart looks like this. This is the previous bull market and the current one. I mean, you look at this, 2018 to 2021 was just, this was your time to accumulate, was down here at 17, 18 cents. I was buying crap tons of XRP down there. Why not? I mean, it literally, and like what's amazing is during that time, the way that people acted on crypto Twitter and people making comments were the same as they are now, complaining about price action, complaining about all kinds of things. Bro, just like sit back and realize you are building something that you can build long-term wealth off of if you have patience. I stopped buying XRP in the 30-cent range. I basically was buying up until this little bump here. That literally, if you look at this chart and draw a line right here, like that is your range, is right here. Under 45 cents ish. That was your range to be buying. And so many people, their buying was, when it's up 300%, that's when they decide to get into these. That is not the time you want to be buying. People do this. They just chase gains. They look at the thing that's up today 100% and like, God, I don't know what makes them think that it's going to keep going. And what's even more ridiculous is like, look at anything else and look at history on anything else, not just crypto. Like, majority of the time that doesn't happen. That's not how the world works, and these people still continue to keep doing it. I mean, how many people were accumulating Bitcoin under 10K? Again, this was your time to accumulate, 2018 till just coming up on 2021. Nothing but under 10K. I mean, geez, if you were really savvy, you were getting 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 for Bitcoin. Again, are we going to see this extended period of time like we saw back here in this bear market and during this one? Honestly, there's no reason to believe otherwise. I think that we are still going to see that. I don't see why we wouldn't. I don't care how much institutional investing is out there. They may hold the prices up, but I still think that we are going to see a flattening off and a period. The reason why is because people expect it. I think that's what a lot of things come down to. I think that's why TA is almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, is that everyone's looking at the chart and calling out the same numbers, and then either it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, or it becomes, if everyone think that's going to happen, it's the contrarian view that then is the one that is the smart money. And I think we've seen an oversaturation of the amount of people who are the YouTube. I don't even want to call them influencers, but the YouTube. Here's what I say you should buy, and people just rush out and do what these people say. I think we're seeing, again, like we did in the previous market, we're seeing an influx in too many of those people. And I think that we're still going to see the corrections that we've seen in the past. And I think because we do have big money, I think they're going to be just as over-exaggerated moves, because the big money does not want to hold through the bear market. The big money needs to lock in its gains and protect its money. So I think that nothing really has changed. I think that the big money in terms of the in terms of the institutions, and the smart money in terms of the people who have been trading and are good at that. I think that nothing has changed. I think if anything, you're seeing more of the smart money, you know. And during those times, you will see the same people who are in the Telegram chats screaming out hold while they're down another 20%. And you will see the people who are closing positions out and protecting profits. There's nothing wrong with selling. There's nothing wrong with selling, and it's still going up 20% afterwards. And that's why before we were talking about dynamic dollar cost averaging, is locking in gains and still keeping some of that on the table to try to make those larger gains that are possible. And that's why dynamic dollar cost averaging is such a smart play, because it's locking in gains, it's still making longer term big gains if they're possible. You know, too many people get hung up on the what could have been if I didn't sell and held. Oh, I could have made, you know, $1 million on this, blah blah blah. It's like, bro, did you cash out? No, I'm still holding, I'm down now. What? Like, are you insane? What's wrong with you? Like, if you want to hold through that, I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but you know what those people do during that time? They either sell eventually when they get bored, or during the downtime, all they do is complain and they don't dollar cost average in to add to their position. And then when it starts going up, what do you think they do? They panic and they start buying in. I mean, like, you literally are buying and selling at the wrong time. Honestly, if you look at 90% of what the people who think they're traders do, everything they do is the complete opposite of what they should be doing. You literally, if you can learn so much by doing the opposite of what the average person does. Speaking of opposite and contrarian views, I believe that CNBC called Bitcoin dead today, which in my view is then we should buy more, because literally CNBC has always been the contrarian play of just doing the opposite of whatever they say. Yes, they're saying that Bitcoin enters bear market territory. Unfortunately, what you are seeing is, in my opinion, a good thing, is you are seeing more correlation between the traditional markets and our markets, the crypto markets. I think that it is actually kind of cool that, you know, when the stock market is down on a day like today, that that our markets are following it. That's just a knee-jerk reaction, is all that is. That's a knee-jerk reaction of people trading on fear and on emotion, and the smart money is making those trades to be able to protect their money and their investment, and the dumb money is selling the bottom. The dumb money is now angry. Well, first of all, the dumb money is also leveraging these trades like idiots too, and in doing so, they are putting themselves in the position where they are taking losses because they just are running instead of thinking things through. Another thing that I've talked about so many times, and I think is actually really, really worth repeating, is most of the people who lose money in trading don't have a plan. And it's really important to understand what a plan involves, because when most people make a plan for trading, their plan involves buying at a low price, the price going up, and them selling for a profit. And that is literally what their plan is. And because they didn't plan for anything else, as a result, when that plan doesn't play out the way that they wanted it to, they then just panic sell because they don't have a plan. And having a plan for, you know, we go into bear market right now, and we are in bear market for years, and having that plan going into that allows you, and honestly, for some people, they need to write this plan out and they need to look at it, because they will literally write this plan and then not pay attention to it. I mean, that's also another thing too, is having a plan and sticking to it, which apparently is very difficult for some people to actually be able to do. Your plan needs to include when things go wrong. Your plan needs to include a long term, a short term, and you need to not put yourself in a position where you're over leveraged, where when things are going to go poorly, that you are not holding on to some shit coin, and basically you thought you could just ride the momentum. That just, I mean, that's a big part of it too, is that should the markets go into this insane, terrible mode that they potentially could go in and have gone into many times over, where are you going to be? And, what can you withstand? What is your tolerance level to withstand through those periods of time? Do you have the amount of capital in terms of cash to be covered for things that you need? Or are you taking to Twitter and Telegram to complain about the fact that you have to sell at a loss so that you can buy groceries? Like, do you not see why that's a problem? Like, you don't want to be in that kind of a situation. There's no reason to be, because you are forcing yourself to make a decision based on the current moment and your situation, and not on logic and thought out, outside of just, today. I don't know. Sometimes you just need to close your portfolio out and go outside. Let's go check out the stock market for the fun of it. Extended hours is open for another 2 hours. Let me just hide my portfolio. I think I can just minimize it. I guess I should minimize that too. Alright, cool. I don't think I have any open trades showing. Okay, yeah, so, here's some fun, looking at the market for the day. The Dow Jones down 1,000 points, the NASDAQ down 350, the S&P down 100. That's a fun time. My portfolio as a whole is in the red. I don't think there were many that were in the green. If you look down here, these are some of the numbers for the whole market. So 80% plus was down for the day. Fun. Technology got whacked today. Biggest losers: Google, Bing, that's BKNG, Google, Amazon. Biggest losers: Monster. It's very interesting. Wonder what the gaining sector was. Can I break this down by sector? I forget how to do sectors. There is a way to do it in here. But yeah, somewhere sectors. I have no idea traditional markets as to what's going to be working because of where we're at with printing money and things. For me, I'm always looking to load up on some Riot. I would love to actually take the time to pull up my Riot purchases, at least some of them, and show you my dynamic dollar cost averaging of where I was literally buying one share at a time on the way down. And when we started to get into what I thought was the lows for it, of stepping up how much I was buying of it, and as a result, I am significantly in the green, because I have, in the black, if you will, actually, I have significantly set myself up dollar cost average to be in an amazing position right now. It's like I said before, is doing the opposite of what everyone else is doing. It's not rocket scientist. Sometimes if you can pull your head out of the rest of the market and stop looking at the amount in your portfolio on a day-to-day basis. I mean, this right here is your example. You could try to be buying in here on some of these after coming off the all-time high, but look at those green lines and where those are. I mean, that was what I was targeting for some lows to be able to get down to. And clearly, looking at these blue trend lines, we made it down into these numbers that I was looking to be our bottoms. So if you were buying at under $30 a share on Riot, you are now very much doing well, even on a day like today when we're down 6%. And if the crypto bull market is over, do I think that we will trend back down to those numbers and make new lows possibly? Absolutely. Does that mean I'm going to be panic selling during those? Absolutely not. I'm going to be following their growth, following the news and the reports that come out from a company like that, and see what they're doing during this period of time. They are rapidly expanding their Bitcoin mining operations, and they are positioning themselves as being the leader in the America space for mining. Just remember, you earn the same amount of Bitcoin during the bear market as you do during the bull market. The difference is when Bitcoin goes to split the next time around, you have earned the pre-split amount when the price begins to take off during that next cycle. So you are double in terms of what you're earning. They do need to sell some to be able to pay for operating cost, but the amount that they do have is a phenomenal amount of Bitcoin that they are holding. There's really no reason I can see this not doing well in the long term. I mean, that's basically just my opinion, but I suggest you do some research on companies like this to see what it is that they're doing, what they're buying, what they're holding, what their plans are for expansion. They do have an interesting amount of investments that they are making, not only in infrastructure for mining, but in infrastructure for buildings, for electricity, for all the things that basically go into a mining operation. And the difficulty level of where Bitcoin is at is really making it difficult for anybody else to be mining when you have these companies who are mining an insane amount of Bitcoin. That's nice. It didn't ask if I want to save that, which means it probably did save it. Um, I really wish I could find a good chart for this. Here is, they produced 243. I hate when people write Bitcoins with an S. They produced 243 Bitcoin in June of 2021. That is a staggering amount. That is a 400% increase from June 2020. Can you please show me another company that has a 400% increase year over year? You're going to be hard pressed to find that. Most companies are looking for double digit growth and are happy with that. Not only that, but the price of Bitcoin and in June 2020, as opposed to June 2021, too, is also an amazing increase as well. So it's actually more than 400%. Yeah, I would suggest taking a look at their releases and see. They just released recently their Q3, their third quarter financials for what they've been doing, and increased total revenue up 2,500%. They are actively putting money into their mining operations, and in the long run, this is going to pay off. They're holding 4,000 Bitcoin as of October 31st. Do you have an idea how much 4,000 Bitcoin is right now? Do you? $4,000 Bitcoin is $217 million. That's on their balance sheet, you know, and we're down 10% today. Yeah, I would just keep them in mind. It's an interesting play, especially for people who do not wish to be exposed to the crypto market, because regardless of what happens with regulation, Bitcoin is still Bitcoin, in my opinion. You know, I mean, you can propose whatever regulation you want, but you can't shut down the Bitcoin network or people's ability to transfer through it. You can make it more difficult, but one thing I've learned about technology and about just technology in general. Oh, look at this. Somebody did a video on where they think Bitcoin going. One of the things that I've noticed is that there are the two competing sides of technology. There's the regulation, there is the good guys, and there are the bad guys, the hackers, and the decentralized, and all the other things that are out there. And one side makes a move and the other side makes a move, and it's this constant cat and mouse kind of game. And in the end, the innovation is always ahead of the regulation, and in the end, it never really matters, because there is no stopping it. It's all inevitable at this point. And yeah, it kind of sucks that we're basically seeing the these regulations, these countries, these old style banks and things playing catch up. But they don't have a choice. They're coming around, and they're just going to be slow. It's what they're good at. It's what they've been good at their entire career, is being slow to react and slow to slow to adopt, and that is where they will always be. You know, we've seen some decent moves from some of these companies starting to get in on being a part of this revolution, but it's still going to take time. You know, we are still heavily in the adoption phase. I don't know. I'm just rambling. But yeah, trade smart is all I'm trying to say. There should be no reason that you ever need to be reacting to the price movement. Well, there's one or two reasons why, but this comes back to the most important points, though, is, you know, having a plan, and that plan, part of it too, involves paying attention to whatever it is that you're interested in, you know, following the news and following what's going on. You know, the only time you really should be panic selling is if there is, you know, some kind of scandal and you know, need to be getting out of that position. There's very few reasons why you need to be doing something that quick of a knee-jerk reaction. And in those situations, though, doing that is going to save you in the long run. But other than that, reevaluating constantly what it is that you are. Yeah, this is running the wrong graph right now because I'm logged in under a different wallet. I've never seen that happen before. I don't know why it's got my wrong wallet here. That's really interesting. And it doesn't want to clear it out of the history. And I think what happened is I deleted the, oh wait, hold on, wait. I actually have, oh my god, what did I do? I actually, oh god, there's actually another graph down here, that's why. There's a graph on top of a graph. Oh, wait a minute, there's a whole graph down here, that's why this is running. That's really funny. I actually accidentally added this to a completely done graph. That is why this is doing what it's doing. Let's go ahead and take that out of there. I couldn't understand why this was executing in the terminal all these other commands, and the reason why is that there's this huge graph that I've created down here. Hang on, let me full screen this thing. Yeah, no, there's this huge graph of thing that is actually what is running, is this whole thing. So as a result, that is why that's doing that. So let's go ahead and hit new graph and start there. That would be helpful, right? Let's see, we're gonna grab a start block and a stop block and a print block. And then I want to test this in production because this is what I am fixing in development right now. I like to take a break from the things I'm working on to work on other things, especially finishing something that I'd started, which is these live coin watch. Number one, this issue of it not working correctly, and number two, adding the additional blocks that would be nice to add some new functionality to our IDE. I do love adding new blocks, it's great. All that does is take the existing functionality that any graph can utilize and increases it for everybody. That's a good thing, right? So let me add my secret string there. Nice. Secret string. You know, one of the things that I really want to talk about. I'm off of the chart again, aren't I? Yes, I am. One of the things I really want to talk about with regards to creating graphs that I think is important. I'm planning on putting a border around the edge of the graph so that we know where the graph ends, because I often add things to a graph and then hit this invisible wall where the line disappears, and basically you are off of the graphing area. So yeah, look forward to that getting added to the IDE. It's just a border around the edges so that you know where the graph ends. I really think that people don't take advantage in their graphs of the set variables and get variable function, and I also think that people really sleep on some of the other functions, specifically with your ability to create functions, which creates the ability to call a part of your graph multiple times. So if you had something where it cleans up the data or adds it to an array or whatever it is that it does, if you create that as a function, rather than recreating that code over and over again, you can call it as a function, and that will allow you to reuse code. I think people don't realize how beneficial that can be, and how much you can cut down on the amount of blocks you need to be able to build a graph. And it's, you know, one of the things I like to do is, even if I'm building something that is extremely small, I like to build it with those things done, setting things as variables and setting things as functions. Even if I'm only going to use it once, I do like doing that for two reasons. Number one, it's a good practice, but number two, I've found that most graphs that I create, I end up expanding on, and instead of having to go back and redo that functionality, or eventually just not doing it because it's like, well, I didn't start doing it, so I'm just adding one more, I'll just add it. You know, it's there for when you go to start adding on to it. There really are some very base things with building graphs that are awesome if you can get in the habit of doing and learn how to do them well. They will really help with building more complex graphs as you go along. So doing things like setting things as variables, yeah, it adds to the complexity of a very simple graph, but at the same time, it also teaches you some really good, because basically when you do programming, there are things that are considered best practices. That's a good way to describe it. They're considered best practices. And by doing these things, you are setting yourself up to be a better graph creator by making the things that will make your life easier as you build more and more complex graphs be those best practices that you bring forward. Not only that, but when you go to open up graphs that you've created in the past, it helps to make... One of the things that's lots of fun as a coder is writing code and then not touching it for years, and then opening up that code after years and having to work on it, and basically looking at that code and saying, what the hell was I doing here? You know, so creating things in a smart pattern that you stick with can really help how quickly you can create, how quickly you can add to existing graphs, how quickly you can open up a graph and be able to work on it and not have to read through it to understand what what in the hell you were doing. It literally takes 2 seconds to add some of these extra things. So for instance, here is setting the Live CoinWatch connector as a variable so that you can connect again later on to the connection that's established. One of the things that is important to remember is that connectors, APIs, get executed first. There is an order of operations. So these things will actually kick off first so that they set themselves and are ready to go when the rest of your graph functions. It's very important to keep that in mind. It helps to write some documentation on these things, and I plan to. But yeah, so now that I don't have that code in there, we can see what this does when I attempt to try to spit out the rate, because I was pretty sure that this wasn't working. I'm pretty sure it's going to just spit out blank. So we can then jump into that code and see what's going on. Well, the good news is it makes it through the graph. It does start and end. So that is nice. A really great function is last node to JSON. That's lots of good stuff, because it will take all of these variables that are coming out of this node, and just by passing it through, will convert the whole thing into JSON. So actually you can see all of these variables values without having to make a print statement for each of them. So that's another good little trick you should keep in mind. But I'm pretty sure that this is gonna spit out nothing as well. Yeah. So now the question is this not calling the correct place? Or what is the issue with that? So let's go over to our code. I actually had started working on this, and I did not finish. But I did not look at what was wrong with the fetch single coin. So I'm actually curious to take a look at that and see what's going on with that. So crank this open, just give my VirtualBox a minute here to start up my Windows 11 Enterprise development environment. As I was saying earlier in the stream, I'm a big fan of the Windows 11 Enterprise version. It's not as bad as I expected Windows to be. They're starting to get things right. One of the things that they have added to the Windows 11 is the WSL, Windows Subsystem Linux, which is amazing. You can launch Linux applications, consoles, from within inside of Windows. I think that's really great for cross-platform development. I do have it running in dual screen, but it doesn't fit on one monitor. I do have two monitors, but I'm only sharing one. So yeah, so let's go ahead and grab that, and we'll grab a terminal over here. And just for the fun of it, you know, let's grab, let me close this down. Actually, I can do this in terminal. That is actually possible. Let me go and just do this in terminal. I can go to the Live CoinWatch app API, and in the coin single, hit up the docs and get the command line shell version, which uses curl, so I can actually test this instead of having to fire up Postman, which is what is it called? Text editor? I never use it. Oh well, I'll just use Sublime really quickly. I was trying to load something that was lightweight so that I didn't have to crush on my machine. Yeah, so let's go grab that. Let's grab my API key and your API key here. Paste that in. And let's just make sure that, so for instance, that's grabbing the price of ETH. That looks really good. And the one in my example I was doing was the price of BTC, which I'm just going to double check to make sure that that works. So yeah, so there is nothing wrong with the API. It is working correctly. 545321. So the API is working. So the question is, why does it not work in the graph? So let's take a look at that code. Oopsie, what are we doing? There we go. We are looking for the coin/single, right? Is what we typed over here, right? Yep, coins/single, excuse me. Let's make sure we have that right. Yes, coin/single. And we are api.livecoinwatch.com. Passing in our key. Fetch single coin node. And one of the things I did that I actually would like to switch back is that in their API, they use the word code for their string. And I believe in our IDE, we call it, oh, we do call it symbol here, is the way we call it, is symbol. Sometimes we call it ticker too, so I don't know. I really like to be consistent with our naming variables because it's kind of annoying if it's not. So yeah, so we do call it symbol here. And we pass in symbol, and I added currency because in the past we were only adding symbol and the connector, and we really do need to start taking advantage of people who are not using American dollars for their graphs. I think that is a big part of what we need to expand into doing. So, oh, wait a minute, I forgot to add symbol on my graph that I executed. Let's go ahead and do that. That was why this did nothing. So hold on, let me go ahead and do that. We'll pass in ETH as our symbol. Silly me, I missed a spot. Yeah, so this is interesting because this now returns nothing. Yeah, started his execution, and actually it looks like whatever happens in here fails unless it's stopped here and it's stopping before it actually. That's actually interesting. Let's take a peek at that real quick and see if that is actually still running and not stopping the graph. Yeah, so that's an issue, is that it clearly is never even getting to the stop graph, which means that somewhere in here, this is actually failing, and as a result, it never gets to the stop block. So let's take a look here. So we did call it symbol still. And we pass that as symbol to string, which means in this API, for coin single, fetch coin symbol, we pass in string and we call it currency here. I know we call it ticker for some reason. So really what we want to be, we should call that symbol because it's not ticker. Let me close these extra ones out. Got lots of code open here. Okay, that's a little better. Single coin, live coin watch connector node, and the API. Okay. So in here, we do call this symbol, and we do have currencies. So it looks like we pass in currency, and then we pass this in and call it ticker. I wonder if symbol's a reserved word, and that's why we call it that. So currency equals currency, and then code equals symbol. I'm not sure if I changed that back. No, it looks like I'm changing it now. So that actually may be why that wasn't working. Because it was called ticker before. So there's nothing wrong with calling it that way. We just have to make sure that in our API, we do have a symbol defined. We may not, but I may have actually already declared it, so we will find out. It's in Exchange. I believe that's where it is. If not, I'll change it back to string. I mean, back to ticker. I really don't care what it's called. That's on the back end, as long as it makes sense on the front end what it's called. So this looks like it did build still, so let's see. I'm going to be lazy and fire off in here and let this do a build. Because I don't think, did this do a copy? I didn't see it. But I know it builds nicer inside of here a lot of times. Oops, wait a minute. Yes, other window. I can actually just scroll up inside of here. I think it still did the copy and then built the engine. Yeah, now it built it. And it copied Exchange. Oh, it put it there. Okay. I love that I can type ls in command shell and they've just given up and it's like, yeah, we're going to allow you to do that now. Built at 241, current time is 243, so I am guessing that is the current version. So we will go ahead. Oops, I actually meant to stay where I was. Stay in bin debug net core and then .net CLI. Oh boy. I might have to build the engine too. I'm not sure where I left off with doing this. It should build it though, right? Yeah, it's missing all of the plugins for some reason. Oh, this didn't happen before. Oh, there we go. So we are now loaded. Fantastic. So now let's go ahead and start another PowerShell. Building. GLQ Lua. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people were interested in the Lua block, and I think that eventually we will get to some tutorials on that because it is a very powerful block, but I feel like a lot of people don't know how to use it. Um, so currency, we're going to throw in there. We don't need to do any sorting on this one. You know, one thing I do struggle with is how complex, not complex, but how many of the features I should add to these blocks, because you know, I do want, oh yeah, this was what the issue I was happening is it doesn't like the word symbol, and it doesn't take that as an input block. It complains. That's really weird. I'm wondering why that changed. I may change that back to ticker to see what happened. I'm actually quite confused as to why this happens. Real quick, let's launch a new graph just because I don't know whether or not this is still holding old stuff in here. And real quick, we'll throw a secret string and a couple of strings in there that we're gonna need. And then let's go find this block. Yeah, that is really weird. Why is that saying that? It's weird because it will let currency get attached, but for some reason doesn't like symbol. I must have done something wrong somewhere. Okay, let's go back and look at that. Clearly I changed something I shouldn't have. Which coin single? I really like having things in order. I'm a little bit anal about that. So code equals symbol, we pass in string symbol, string currency. And then we JSON encode all that stuff and pass it to coin/single. Huh, huh, huh. You know, and it would complain if I didn't declare symbol as a string. Oh, you want to know why? I think it's because symbol is also an output too. I think I do need to declare it as a different word. Can't copy, and the reason why is because it's running. So that's why I can't overwrite the file. Helps to stop the server. Bada boo da boom, bada bada my mind. Building a plugin all day long. So this should build now. Welcome to what my life is like. And it's been a lot of fun because I've really enjoyed my experience with .NET and with the Windows setup. I'm not gonna lie. Which is kind of rare because normally I hate Windows. Now, I don't know, it should rebuild the block from what I just said. Yeah, you need to select an out parameter point before beginning linking, and that is an out. So I mean, yeah, so somewhere I have that marked as a as the ability to be marked as a out, not as a string coming in. I don't know what I got going on over there. So yeah, we're gonna have to really check that out because I clearly changed something somewhere that I should not have changed. Alright, so let's figure out why that's like that, because that is definitely where the problem is. I forget, is symbol one of the outputs on that? It is. I am gonna change that back to ticker. I think that might be causing some issues. Plus it makes it confusing having the same name, and really there's really no point in outputting the symbol. Let's just kill symbol completely from being one of the out parameters. That's the coin list response. That is not the one I want. I want coin single. Why does this not show it being referenced? Coin single response. Coin single response. New task, fetch coin single. Coin single response. We'll leave that as symbol and currency for now. That's weird. This should show that it is being in use, and it does not. Huh. Actually, none of these are showing up like that. Why is my IDE not showing in use for some of these? That's really strange. It used to do that. Hey Sergio, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you saying hello. I am doing a little bit of work and just streaming just to stream. You know, we did have some really good talks earlier. You know, I probably should timestamp the stream with where we spoke about stuff, but we did have some good talks earlier about my view on GraphLink's current situation and a little bit about what's going on the development side. Maybe I'll cut up the stream and use parts of it. We'll see. I really wasn't intending on making this into anything more than just it's Friday, Black Friday. I'm sitting here, so I thought I would I would stream for the fun of it. It's always nice because I enjoy the fact that you guys stop in and say hello. I know that it's late for some of you, so it's really cool that you guys stick around. And really, it's just about, for me personally, it's about just getting better at streaming, because we really are about to kick up the tutorials and the other things that we're working on. So anything to get those in a good place for being better, from how we're presenting them to you guys. I kind of getting a little more comfortable with the fact that I need all of these ridiculous windows open to see all the chats. Audio routing is a real pain. I don't know if anyone out there has ever tried to stream before, but routing audio can be a real pain because you have... All right, that fixed it. It's because it was also an out parameter as well. Can be a real pain because, well, basically the, you don't have a hardware device where you're managing your audio ins and outs and you can just do a mixer on it and send one stream of audio out, and in front of you manage, and in a mixer, a hardware mixer, the actual stream audio. You have to do all of it virtually. And by default, the Mac and really any operating system was not ever really intended to handle all of these different audio inputs and outputs. And you kind of have to hack it together to get, you literally could just output your audio to the stream, but I really like to be able to have things like my music on a separate mix channel, because it allows me to control that volume during the stream. And I also really like having Alex, when he's on the stream, having his own volume as well, so that I have control over that. I shouldn't care that this is an integer. It should still just print it out, right? It shouldn't really matter. You know what? Just for the fun of it, I'm willing to try anything to figure out why this is... You need to be logged in first. Well, of course you do. It's a testing wallet. I think that's the password for it. Password? No, I'm just kidding. It's not password, but it's just as equally not secure. But it's a testing wallet. Just over 3 hours on this stream. That's impressive. I'd be sitting here doing this anyway, so this is kind of fun to be... Oh boy. Error converting value null. For total supply. Total supply should not have come back null. So we're gonna have to look at that. Could be a typo. I really don't like I don't like this terminal. It's really hard to read things in. I've been wanting to figure out a better way, and I hate Windows terminals that you have to use the mark command to be able to copy and paste. I honestly, like, as much as I'm getting comfortable in the Windows environment, and I'm really digging Windows 11 and their new stuff that they're doing, there are still a lot of things that I just do not like about the way that Windows works at all. And there are things that I just don't think I can get used to. And really what I need is for somebody who is really good at Windows, especially developer mode Windows, to help me customize it to a way that is similar to the way that I'm used to working. There are tons of things, when I go into File Explorer and I want to move and do things with files and search, like all of that is so different. And to me, And I've used Windows. I used to use Windows. It was my primary operating system. Um, my story behind Windows is it was my first computer was a Windows computer. It was Windows 3, 3.1 or something like that. Um, and I was a Windows fan for the longest time. I'd used Mac and other operating systems, but I was a Windows fan because that's what I grew up on. Again, this was like middle school was Windows, and Windows XP was pretty fantastic. Windows NT, Windows XP Pro, I'd used all of those. And around that time, I'd started learning Linux and was dual booting into Linux because there were still things that didn't work in Linux that I had. And one of them was, and it's ironic now to think about this, but one of the things I had was a TV capture card, which allowed me to plug in cable and watch TV on my computer. Again, there was no Netflix or anything yet. And it allowed me to watch TV and record stuff, and I always thought that was fun. And in the beginning, it wasn't supported in Windows, and I had Photoshop in Windows, and I really just couldn't get used to using GIMP. There were just like little things that were kind of making it tough to use Linux full time, and eventually I was able to overcome a lot of that. And what happened to me was Windows Vista is what happened to me. Um, I for some reason was really looking forward to the new release of Windows at the time. They were talking about how XP would no longer be supported, whatever. And I went out the day that Windows Vista was released and bought a physical copy of it. Again, this was well before, normal things like how you can download stuff and get it in a minute. And the first thing that pissed me off was that the Windows Vista that you bought in the store did not come with the 64-bit version of Windows. It only came with the 32. And again, 64-bit computers were kind of a little bit newer, but I did have a 64-bit computer at the time. So 64-bit computers, the Windows version only came with the 32-bit CD. And I went ahead and bought the disc, did not realize this, and inside of the disc, when you open it up, tells you that in order to use the 64-bit version, you have to request it to be sent to you or some BS like that. So after doing that, I'd installed the 32-bit version, but then when the 64-bit came, I plugged in the CD. I don't remember if it happened with the 32-bit version. I don't think so. Maybe it was just the 64 it happened with. But I plugged in the 64-bit CD, rebooted the computer, and it blue screened on just getting into the installer. And that really pissed me off because 64-bit computers were newer, and I was very excited to have a 64-bit computer. And yeah, blue screen of death on the boot up. And that was my decision at that point to start using Linux on a regular basis. And eventually got a Mac, and eventually was able to see how the Mac has, the Unix system at the core of it, and could appreciate that enough to use it. Because unfortunately, working in a business, it was very difficult to use Linux on a regular basis when trying to help clients and stuff, and not being in a operating system that made it easy to interact with documents and stuff. So I then became a Mac user, but for years, even prior to that, I had been running Linux in server environments and stuff. Was always a Red Hat fan too, by the way. I used Red Hat version 3, so you can look up what year that came out. That was, I think, one of the first versions of Linux I ever used. And it was back when those CDs used to come in the back of a book. You could go to a bookstore, I know that some of you might be a little confused as to what that is as well. And you could buy a physical book that would be like Red Hat System Administration, and in the back of the book would be a CD of the operating system. You know, you could download it, but at the time, download speeds were kind of slow. So it was really cool that you could go and get the CD. So that was a lot of times how I got newer versions of Linux, was actually buying a book that had it in there. Null object cannot be converted to a value type. Well, sure, because it's null. So it was coming back and it was saying that total supply, right? For some reason was coming back null. Yeah, total supply. So why is total supply null? Because it should have a value. That is not what I wanted to click on. Where's my other screen? Where'd you go? There you are. No, that's not it either. You go away. Where's my other screen? There's Windows 1. There's Windows 2. Okay. You know, this dual monitor setup idea is good, but it also is kind of annoying, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, total supply. So let's just double check that total supply is the actual output from coin symbol. Output is total supply, lowercase t, capital S, so that is an output. So the question is, why does it not like that? Total supply. Output, total supply, total supply. Total supply is being returned as an int, which it should be though, because I'm pretty sure in the docs total supply is returned as a number, so that should be okay. Let's double check our coin response in here for total supply. Set as an int. Huh. Well, for now, let's just get rid of total supply because I started adding new features to a block that didn't even work correctly. So maybe we should focus on getting the existing block to work right before we go ahead and try to add all these new features. That might be a smart idea, right? So yeah, let's kill total supply. Total supply is an out. Okay, so that got rid of that. That is saved. Let's go back. Interesting. Looks like the docs are down. Well, looks like some people have to go and start talking about things I've said on the stream, which were intended for people who were joining on the stream and would be announced when I was ready to announce them, but looks like people are mentioning them in the chat, so yay for you thinking that you need to show off that you know something, because it's really funny because you think that people are going to listen to you and they're going to be like, where'd you hear that from? And then you're going to have to link the stream and then I'm going to get more viewers. So I guess it's kind of a win-win for me. But yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, you can come on the stream and you can ask me. What's up, my dude Alex in the chat? What's up, my guy? We're just doing some programming, man. Just getting some stuff going for. There was something in the IDE that I had started working on a while ago. And before I finished up some of the other new things I wanted to add, I really wanted to fix this since I had already pushed part of the code to fix it. And just, I felt like it would be nice to finish this before moving on. It's specific to the live CoinWatch block. And the reason why is I don't like that CoinGecko is one of the only options really. I hate to even say it this way. It's really the best option in the IDE, and it's the one that all of our examples use in the template wizard in the app. And I really just would like to offer a alternative to that and make it better than the CoinGecko. Yeah, Gecko's taken over. Yeah, I mean, it's that and it's CoinMarketCap are the only two that people really pay attention to. And Live CoinWatch has a really great API. So I kind of want us to take advantage of that. And, I really wish, and maybe you can come up with an idea, but, as some may know, I do have some connections over there at Live CoinWatch. I would love to find a way for us to be able to make them partners. So if you have any ideas of how we could do something, as you know, our partnerships we try to do them in a way that is beneficial to both sides, and more than just slapping a logo out there. But would be really cool to make Live CoinWatch the official, we use them as our price fetching site. And also, that's interesting. It thinks thinks that block is a password to save. And it would be really cool to, I just don't know what we could offer on their side. Maybe, Yikes. We could offer some kind of thing to. Why are you still complaining about total supply? I don't think that fully built. We could offer something where I'll be streaming a bit with the twins. I'm hanging out at my brother's place at the moment, but yeah, reaching out to them would be solid. Yeah, no, I've had this conversation with them, and they are open to it. And would love to do it, especially now that there is no conflict of interest with me. But it's really about coming up with some good way to make it reciprocal. Yeah, so why is this still complaining about total supply? I must have not pulled it from somewhere, or I might need to actually clean and rebuild the plugin properly. Should probably start with that. Yeah, let me know. Maybe I'll raid your channel. Upon my channel finishing, I'll throw the raid in, and then anyone who's still here will get forced over into your channel. Yeah, that actually did not build that plugin, so. Oh, that's right. Remove is not the word in Windows. It's del. Can you do aliases in here? Oh, you can. Is there an alias for RM? There is. Remove item. So RM should have worked. I don't know why that didn't work. Yeah, maybe I'll send a raid over to you guys and have everyone jump into your stream. fire that off. And I probably actually, I just realized that I probably still have total supply in the block because I didn't delete it and grab a new block. So let's do two things. We might need to also kill the... Ah, that time it went away. Alright, cool. Let's fire this off and see what it does now. No, now it's complaining about max supply, saying that it's null and can't be converted. Are those actually part of the... You know what? Let's jump real quick back over to terminal. I have a great program to suggest for anybody who is a Mac user. It's called Boop. Don't know why it's called Boop, but it is a fantastic, very quick converting program which allows you to convert stuff. So for instance, converting that string. You can do this in Visual Studio too. But look at that. Total supply is actually coming back as being null. So that is a problem with the CoinWatch API. Why would that be null? Let's just double check in here. Coin single. Yeah, total supply is null. Yep, so that is a bug in the API. We'll hit up SynthMeet, otherwise known as Ante. Double check another one. Yeah, total and max returned 0 for ETH. I mean, that might actually be the way that it's set because of their supply, but that doesn't seem right. Yeah, max supply is not set, but typing is not easy for me sometimes. It does return null for total supply. my keyboard's in a weird spot. I can't. I've been trying to rearrange my stream setup, and it's just. So that's interesting. So it looks like I need to handle nulls to be able to do that. But in the meantime, just because I want to fix the issue, I'm actually going to try GLQ because that did not return null for some of its other stuff. But that actually could be why that block is not working, is because it's returning started as execution. Yeah, man, the chat loves you, bro. There's a lot that we can do, and they're hungry for it. They know we need it. They want to see it. So I guess what I actually really need to do to fix this, if this is what was causing the issue, is basically have it handle null values when they come back, and set them to 0 or something, just to actually pass back an integer so that it doesn't fail. That's interesting. It shows this is stopped. So do I actually tell this to stop? No, I don't. Oof, my machine's getting a little sluggish right now. Yeah, for some reason the engine on my end is acting a little strange. Oh, yeah, hello, that did work. Okay, so that is the problem. That was why the live CoinWatch block was having issues, was that it was returning null for things that it shouldn't. And basically, it just needs to be able to handle, if it's null, handle that better. Yeah, and I changed something in the IDE. I was trying to adjust some of the sizes, and now it pushes all the blocks slightly off. So I have to go back and fix that too. Um, hmm. Yep, it's working now. So consider that fixed. I'm excited about that. Okay. I need to get a drink. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So y'all, I'm gonna crank up a little music and then I'll be right back. I feel like it's time for a music change. I need something a little more upbeat, but not like over the top, you know? See, this is what happens. You try to pick something that's got like a little bit more to it, and it's like, it's kind of garbage. See what happens? It just gets to a point where it's like, alright, enough of that. It's just not, that's just not doing it for me. I mean, do we have to go techno? Is that the way to go? Oh shit. Okay. Let's try this for a minute. Okay, so now the question remains. I'll turn that down a little bit. This is just not doing it either. I don't know. I just can't. I can't do chill. It's not. Doesn't make me want to code. I've got nothing. Okay, so the question now, how do we handle no? Probably shouldn't be in the node. It should be in the response. Should be in here. No. Should be in here. You know, the other option is dump it as a string. I wonder if it would just allow that to go through. this looks fake. Wow, I clicked on it just to see the price. Complete your purchase. No. I gotta think about how to handle no. think about where to do this. But that's a string. I really should make one function that you can literally call from anywhere that would set this to something. It's not a bad idea. I just have to think about where to put this. Yeah, so where does this exactly fail on being null? But it tries to serialize it. It's cereal? No. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. You can pass in settings. serialize object. And JSON string, and then settings. Well, let's try inside just to see if this will cause it to ignore the null. Mm-hmm. Hey, it's me. I'm still here. You get patch fail. Oh. Helps to shut down the engine before building. Well, if this works, this actually might be worth applying to other places and actually making it a global setting. If not, then I'll just apply it to the one spot for now and get it live. So, what did we learn today? We learned that value of null does not get deserialized properly and causes the graph to crash. And by passing in those settings, you can tell it to ignore it, because this now went through without any issue. And let's change this to BTC, which was one that also was BTC and ETH both had nulls. No, so this one's still it's too large for int for volume. That actually should be a double is why that's wrong. So let's go back and fix that one. See, this is why you gotta test these things. Probably a lot of these should be doubles. Well, we fixed the block that was broken. Damn it, I keep forgetting to stop the engine before trying to rebuild it. And the good news then is that if this works, we'll move on and fire off the rest of these new blocks. And it would be really cool to fire these off into production and then get back to working on the newer blocks that you guys don't know about that are coming. Because there is some new stuff coming, some new integrations. Which will how do I say this? We'll get some of our partners to be actively talking about it and tweeting. Could be adding some new partners too. That's also a possibility. Yeah, there's some good things. I definitely want to get working on that. But this needed to get fixed. This was really bugging me that this, no pun intended on the bugging part. It was really bugging me that this didn't work correctly. So, exciting things are happening. Alright, cool. That's running. We should let our IDE should rebuild itself automatically. Yep, cap needs it too. A lot of those are going to need the new integer, need to be doubles for some of the bigger coins. Cap should probably be double. Max supply should probably be a double. Circ supply should probably be a double. We can now add back in total supply because we fixed that null issue. Should be able to actually just undo. Yeah. Throw total supply back in there. Wonder, oh yeah, no, I have to declare these as doubles over here too. Alright, this should now get all of that hopefully working. If not, we'll find out, and then we'll fix whatever's wrong. And forgot to stop the engine. I should write a if running kill engine. Exchange got marked as up to date. Need to build that again. Right? We did save it. Let's double check. Yeah, it's everything's saved, so we'll do a rebuild. This music's still not doing it, to be honest. It's just... It's close, but it's just not there. You know, and I also have music, it's set to only play music that has no words in it. I can also turn that off too. Alright, let's try it, see what happens. Alright, that brought back the total supply, which was broken before as well. Oh boy, what happened? Oh no, it worked. Nope, we're good. That fixed the issue. Alright, cool. So, just for the fun of it now... I'm just going to be lazy and I'm going to print these out one at a time rather than trying to dump them as an array, just to actually make sure they go out. Damn it, that's not the zoom out. Is that my zoom out? That is. Having a Mac keyboard trying to run on a Windows machine can be annoying sometimes. Don't ever make your graph look like this. I'm just doing testing, so I can be lazy because I'm allowed to be. No one's ever going to see this. This is just strictly for fixing some issues. Yeah, this is like the worst thing in the world you could ever do, is what I'm doing. Ooh. PNG 64. Oh, there it goes. Exchanges, markets, and pairs. Oh yeah, baby. That worked. So yeah, it ignores that and throws that as a 0, which is perfect. So that's fixed. So now that that's fixed, let's go ahead and work on our new blocks. This is exciting. I do like fixing things. It makes me feel, you know, I accomplished something today. I've been lazy. I've been meaning to fix this, and there were some reasons why I couldn't do it until now. But and the virtual machine is really struggling right now. What do I have open? Oh, yeah. Hold on, let's kill some of these things that are open. Alright, get rid of fetch single coin. And now, let's go ahead and try some of the new blocks that we created and see how they work. So I guess we'll just go down the list, fetch coin list. See, some of these I might set some default sort orders and stuff rather than have somebody... Yeah, and on this one we do have symbol on the out. Oh god, I hate this kind of music. It sounds like a cheesy commercial. Like, come into Target today. Actually, it's like, no, it's like Old Navy. Give me something like, with a little bit of something to it. That's all I have to do for now. It's gonna turn bad though, I can see it. Oops. What? Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because these things are returning arrays. I mean, all this means is there's now more documentation to write. So what is that order? Offset we can do 0, and we will limit this to 10, and we probably should program in a limit so that you can't go too high in terms of how much you request from the API. But you know what, for now, making it work. Come on. Why? Alright, whatever. It's just really laggy because it's on a virtual machine. Go ahead and throw a print block. You know, and let's be super lazy and just do it the same way. Hit me 1. Oh, actually, it can't return that because it actually is going to be an array. So this is not going to work. This isn't gonna work. It's gonna be an array. I had the music way too loud, probably. I started getting it stuck. Couldn't stop it from going into my head. It's so terrible. But yeah, no, this is an array of data. Hmm. This actually shouldn't work to return this. Yeah, it's not going to be able to set this data into there because this data is an array of arrays. There's an array inside of the array of arrays. So, shit. So now what we need to think about is how many of these API endpoints are actually useful. Right, because when you return this as coin single, right, it's just a single. Right, this is now with an array around it. Yeah, so that's going to be an array called history. Alright, I mean, there's just so much you could do if you're returning all of this data. So maybe I might hide the rest of these blocks and push the fix first. I kind of like that idea of pushing this fix and hiding the rest of these for now. Like exchanges single wouldn't be too bad to do because it's not going to be an array. And single history, nope, that's going to be inside. An overview would be okay. Yeah, maybe I'll push overview and exchanges single. Oops. What did I do? There we go.
And I was like, that's cool.
Yeah, I just made a bunch of these ints and they should have been doubles. I did that everywhere. Some of those might need to be doubles too. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. And I'm gonna clean up some of these fields. It's too many. This is exciting. I'm gonna push the 2 blocks just because why not? Left the engine running again. I've been streaming all day and haven't been drinking enough fluid, so sorry for that. Had to be done. Let's see here. We are crushing it over here. After this, gonna move on to some new stuff, which I'm excited about. And this music just constantly missing the mark of just being terrible. All right, we're gonna have some fun here. Because this won't be considered copywritten. Most definitely not. And it'll be beautiful. Plus, I don't think anyone's really watching right now anyway, so. You know what? It's on my external drive, isn't it? Ah. All right, Exchange plugin started, 46 nodes. Let's go back over here. Yeah, we have to fix this. Edge thinks that this is a password field. I have to remember there's a way to do this to tell it not to store passwords. Not even attempt to try to store them. I have to remember that. I know how to do it in another browser. Yeah, whatever. Hit this, let's see what happens. Starting, running, and Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean to do this one. I meant to change this to, here we go. Fetch single exchange. Live coin watch, currency, USD, and for the exchange, we will just do Binance to make this easy. And spit out, it doesn't matter because once one works, we know they all work, but let's spit out the volume that they've done today. Yeah, what did you complain about? It is not a valid integer. Which one? Depth is not a valid integer. Depth is supposed to be an integer. So yeah, so hold on. Let me fire off my drive here. Yeah, there you are. question is, which drive is it on? It's probably on this one. Where is the cable? Ah, there you are. There you are. It should be on that one, but I'm gonna plug in the other one too, just in case, or just get it ready, just in case. Yeah, it should be in here. Now the question is, can I find it? Because I have a really bad habit of on my external drives of just dumping data into a directory and not sorting it well. So I'm going to try to see if my search is going to find it, but the problem is that I disabled my Spotlight search for these drives. So this actually might not be a good way to do it. Yeah, maybe not. Let's maybe just see if we can find it. All moved files. It's in here somewhere. Could be in here. And then it's in here. Yeah, it could be inside of this other directory. I know this is super exciting. I'm not sharing it on my screen because there's no point in you watching me fumble through my drives. Yeah, it's, where did it go inside of here? Not done. It's in here somewhere. Oh, I think it's in this MP3 directory. Nope, close. Actually, which MP3 is that? This could be a banger. Hang on. Oh, this is a banger. I pushed. My computer's being dumb. seriously, it can't handle this. Yeah, that right there. It's a very, very nice song. Sung by. How do I explain this? It was sung by members of the Buddhist monastery that I used to live at. I'm not one of those singing, because, obviously you can hear that they have some pretty good voices in there. Singing, not my strong point. I recorded it, because that's what I do. I'm the nerd who would record it. Anyway, let's see what happens here. Let's fire this off and see if that fixes it. But I was looking for something else. I didn't actually mean to find that. That's the original. There it is. Gotcha. I always forget which one this is. I think it's the offering to the guests. That I could be wrong though. And that worked. Once again, forgot to shut down the goddamn engine before restarting the server, rebuilding it, whatever. Fuck. This is how you lose. This is how you lose viewers real quick. You know, I really could actually pick somebody who's a little more melodic. Not that it's meant to be. Also, there's ones that are in English too, which also doesn't hurt. I mean, I guess after trying to play this, it's like, let's see, really, what we can find here on our stream that allows us to play on stream music. Oh, God. Oh, so terrible. That was the CLI. Let's go ahead now and fire this off again. Hopefully that should fix this, and then we'll move on to the other block and we'll call this done for now. And fix. That works. Okay, let's do the last one, which is... Nope, that's actually it, right? No, market overview. No, I just did that. And fetch exchange. Yeah, no, these are done. These all work. Let's go ahead and hit these up. This is exciting. We should be on that branch. And let's go ahead and now the easiest way to do this would be to cheat and dump these across the network. I really should stop being lazy and just set up these in Git in here. Yeah, that's not the whole directory, so we can actually just... Let's be lazy. We can just dump the whole folder and then move them. Which were the ones I did? Wait, coin list doesn't work. Why is that there? That one should be disabled. Shit. Didn't true. I think it was still in there because I had it on the graph when I launched it. We should double check that that doesn't exist though. It should be gone. Let's hit a new graph. And maybe just for shits and gigs before we do anything, really quickly manually reload this. Oh, this music, man, just not cutting it at all, ever. Yeah, I don't think coin list is supposed to be in there. I might rebuild everything really quickly and make sure. Yeah. Why can't I get developer console? Oh, you know what? I can do it in here. Alright, let's see if we got this, and then we'll push this off and call it a day on this. Yeah. Why is that still there? Right? Single overview, single coin, the connector, but then coin list should not be in there. Alright, let's rebuild everything. Maybe I didn't save it before I spit it out. That was coin list node. Ah, disabled still is false. That should be true. That would do it. Okay, let's go ahead now and just double check. We'll rebuild the whole thing and make sure it's actually right before we push it off. Single, market, single, perfect. Now we need to go back to here. Shit. Yeah, so gonna have to recommit that again. Just to verify, single market, single exchange. Yeah, fetch market overview and single exchange.
Took a walk among the stars tonight. Found myself a washing colored light. It felt like spirits had awakened me. This carnival of animals had taken me. They danced around me and they took my hand. Whispered, close your eyes and understand. When I felt the change, it startled me. This carnival of animals is part of me.
Oh, somebody reported that the bot might be offline. Looks like it's running. Alright. Oh, what time is it? 5 o'clock? Alright. Maybe I'll take a break and eat. Gross. 5-hour stream we're up to. Yeah, bot seems to be working. Working good for me. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna grab a little something to eat. Let me see if I can find something halfway decent to throw on. We'll go back to good old lo-fi. Helps to have my mic on. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to eat, and then I'm just gonna grab it and bring it back here and eat while I get back into working. I'm gonna start working on some new integrations into the IDE. It's kind of nice. Just got a couple fixed up and new ones added. And I'm gonna work on some new blocks instead of adding to existing blocks. So yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. So I'm gonna let the music go, and I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I'm just gonna grab something and bring it back over to my desk and get back to it. Change of plans. What you know about it? Change of plans. I'm gonna order Thai food. Because I worked hard. So why not treat myself to a little something yummy? Um, I forget which browser I can log in and order from. One of them has everything already saved. I'm not sure what I'm in the mood for, but I'm in the mood for Thai. Thai and spicy is what I'm in the mood for. Nice, this one knows who I am and where to deliver it to. Let's see. Do I want to go spicy or do I want to go regular something? I kind of want to go with just my go-to. Can't go wrong. Ooh, what do I want to do? Prick King. Prick King or green curry? Prick King or green curry? I don't know. What am I in the mood for? Prick King or green curry? I'm gonna go Prick King. Why not? Chicken, go a little spicy, a little of that. Add the extra chicken to it, go. And we'll throw a Thai iced tea on top of that because they're delicious. Hit the checkout button. Let me see if I can grab a credit card here that's on file and fire this off. I love how nowadays it's like push a few buttons, bring me food, and done. Bring me food. I need food. I'm so hungry. Luckily, this place is amazing. They literally will have this here in the amount of time that you think it takes to cook it. It's already like, honestly, they're already leaving right now to deliver it. I don't know how they do it, but it's seriously quick. Seriously quick. All right. This mess everywhere. It's terrible. I need to clean up in here. All right. Back to this nonsense. I need to look at those branches now because now my code is not really in sync with that other branch. So let's go check that out and see what's going on with that real quick. All right, because I merged it into here. Oh wait, it's gonna be in here. There's a whole folder called saved. Oh yeah, but it's not gonna be in there because it's gonna be in here, so I don't think it matters yet. I can just crack this open because it's inside of Ethereum, which I don't think I pushed any changes to that one. I forget now if I did. Alright, let me just check on that real quick before I go jumping into working. It's always nice to make sure you're working on the latest version of the source code, and yeah, no, I pushed it to the engine, to the app I pushed. IDE updated 5 days ago. Oh, maybe somebody did push that for me. Yeah, and the Ethereum hasn't been updated since the 15th, so perfect. Yeah, so I can just use the code that's on here. You know, is there any way to give me like a more full screen of this window? Like, you know, there should be no reason why I can't throw this in 1920 by 1080, right? Yeah, like look at this weird size. And it doesn't even have. Why doesn't it have 1920 by 1280? I wonder if that's a setting in VirtualBox that... I might have to shut this down to get to it though. Yeah, you don't tell it what size you want, you just tell it to do it. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. Yeah, why is 1920 by 1080 not a mode? Is that a limitation of VirtualBox? That could be. And I am running Windows 11, but we'll just say Windows 10 because oh yeah, see the problem is it does that. It makes this full screen over here. And you can't you can't only have one as full screen. That's so annoying. It wants to change both of them. Alright, so that is fun. So now I guess we disable dual monitors, which means I gotta shut this thing down to do that. Never easy. Never easy. Yeah, so let's real quick shut this down and jump into the settings and change that so that I can try to do this in full screen. It looks so much better on the stream too if I do it in full screen stream. And then we'll get back to work. But I have to admit, I'm hungry. Can't wait for my Thai food to get here. I'm gonna crush it when it gets here. Settings, and let's go ahead to display and turn our monitor count back to 1. Go ahead and start this up. Let's see how that works. For a second there, I thought it crashed, which I wouldn't be surprised. But I still have not managed to crash this yet. I have to be honest. And running in a virtual box too, you would think that I would manage to crash this, but I have not. Oh, this is even worse than before now. Still does not offer anything above this. Really annoying that that's not even an option. I mean, basically, this makes it look like it's not even an option, which is insane. Because the monitor does support, obviously. This is frustrating as hell. Yeah, I don't give a shit about HDR. What I want is full screen. Seems like VirtualBox is not even telling it that it can support it, and that is really bothering me. I may give up on this because I don't feel like wasting time playing around with it, but I would really like to find a way to fix this so that it does what I want it to do. Let's turn that off. And I don't care about 3D acceleration, but this is the Virtual Machine SVGA. You know, I feel like the Xbox one, the VBox one would be better, but okay, invalid settings. Guess it can't handle that one. Jeez. Alright, so it looks like that's the only option we get. Let's see, that's interesting. Look at the difference in memory you get for being considered good. Mm. I think the problem is it's not really seeing the monitor correctly. This is annoying. This is annoying, annoying, annoying. I need full screen. It's a cool little jam. It's still cheesy though. Like all of this music is like super cheesy. It belongs in a commercial. I have to find a way to force this. I mean, cause yeah, like you might as well just leave it like this. What's the point? Yeah, I want 16 by 9. Exactly. Somebody had to figure this out. And my maximum get screen size. Yep, that's how to do it in Linux. Now, how do I do it in Windows? Hmm. Yeah, it says should make it go full screen. Oh, hello. Might have to reboot for that to take effect, but that looks like that was what I was looking for. And then you lose that option after you go into full screen mode. Why? What's seamless mode do? Well, that's horrible. I mean, it like literally makes it the desktop. How do I get rid of that as soon as possible? Oh my god, what did I do? Take me out of this mode. What do we Control F, Command F, Shift Command F. With an S, which is my switch. How do I get out of here? What did I do? Take me out of here. No, I made it worse. Oh no. No, I made it worse. Oh god, what did I do? I broke it. This is terrible. How do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. God damn. You know what? Take me back into scale mode. Because at least in there, it would tell me. Oh, now see, now it doesn't. So yeah, there we go. Resize to that, and it doesn't do anything. Why don't you do anything when I click on these buttons? Alright, I'm gonna reboot this sucker one more time now that I pushed all those weird buttons and see if any of them actually make it do what I want it to do. And then I'm gonna give up. Cause this is a waste of time. Oh, waste of time, waste of time. The other option is to see if there's drivers. I mean, the guest box edition extension crap is installed, so it should really be taking full advantage of the hardware. Like, even pick a resolution that is 16 by 9 and then just stretch it, and I'd be happy with that, because then at least it would be filling the screen, as opposed to it's like completely useless, the fact that it doesn't fill the screen. Oh my god, this computer can be, this virtual machine can be so slow sometimes. This is nightmare slow at the moment. I guess that's the best I'm gonna get. Unless, is any of these in 16 by 9? No. Actually, that might be close. I can't do the math in the top of my head. This is annoying as hell. This is exactly what you people want to watch me do, is fight with this, right? I'm doing a couple of quick Google searches here. Yeah, that is 16 by 9, but Why? Yeah, see, that's the other thing, is that's not even an option in here. Okay, so what about 1336 by 768 is also... There we go. Okay, we're getting closer here. So is that the best version you're going to let me go up to? Because after 1366 is then 1600 by 900. That's pretty close to being good. What I really want though is 1920 by 1080, and you're not gonna let me do it. Yeah, so it's definitely there's a reason why it won't go into that. Alright, I'll stick with this. This isn't too bad, because now if I go ahead and allow this to do I need to tell it to allow it to scale. Yeah, no, that's doable. That's the best I can get. I'll take it. I will take it. That gives me full screen on the stream too. That's the best I'm gonna get, then that's what I'm gonna get. I'll take it. Yeah, what I want to know is how do I do things like split window shells in PowerShell? I thought that that was something that they added. Oh my god. Being annoying. Yeah, I know the firewall's off. I turned off all of your security settings because you're stupid. I wonder if it's in the ISC. Let's see if it's in here. I don't think it's going to be in here. I literally just launched another window. Okay, absolutely useless, as most of the time Windows settings are. Lame, absolutely lame, lame, lame. Oh my god, is it an extension you have to add on to it? Get out of here. That's split strings, don't want that. Yeah, so okay, so that's close. So the issue is we should really have like tabbed mode. Okay, interesting. So where is that file even located? One would assume it would be in your profile somewhere. If that's like a logical place that I really hate when people write blog articles telling you how to do something and they just skip to the end and don't tell you exactly how to do it. I am not a Windows user. Oh my god, you do have to add a goddamn app to be able to do this. You can't do it natively. What trash. Can you install Tmux in Windows? I doubt it, right? Tmux Windows PowerShell. Maybe you can. Such BS. This app looks trashy as fuck. Let's see what this one looks like. Okay, that looks nice. That looks nice. Now watch, they're gonna tell me I gotta pay for it, and I'm gonna get really pissed off. Yeah, okay, this looks cool. How do I download it? Where's the goddamn download button? Oh, God. They're making everything real difficult here. This is what I'm telling you. Windows was never made for uh development. It is just has never had a good interface for doing things like you would do in a Linux or Mac and Unix environment. They suck at it. I don't know why they don't try. Is this still in preview? I think it's called Windows Terminal. It's the new one. You know, it's amazing how much more and more Windows looks like how Mac has looked with the store, taskbar with the centered items, and icons the way they are, the showing which ones are loaded. I mean, it basically looks like a Mac. That's right, I'm gonna crap all over the operating system while using it, because it literally looks like a Mac. Alright, let's check out this new thing, Windows Terminal Preview. Okay, I like so far. We're PowerShell, we're on black. That's a good start. We've got tabs. Default tabs go to PowerShell. Okay, see now you're talking my language, and from here I can launch these ones. This is what I was looking for. Awesome. Was looking for this. This is what I wanted. Default profile, beautiful. Open tab with default profile. Go for it. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. See, these are the kind of things that in Windows, in Mac, you change these and they instantly change. You don't have to save it to see what these look like. Not only do I have to save it, I probably have to pop open a new tab. Jesus Christ. Close enough. Close enough. We'll rock with that. Mmm. Did you notice that? It's 9,001. It's over 9,000. No? Nothing? Anybody? Yeah, I already hit save. Why are you still here? Fuck off. Oh, that's the color? Ew. No. That's not what I want. That is not what I want. I need something halfway decently nice. Oh god. Can I install ZSH as my shell? Will that work inside of Windows? Like, seriously, it's just, this is terrible. It's always terrible. It's never even close to, like, how I can set it up on any of my other machines. Oh, at least they give you a preview right there. God, like, am I really gonna have to spend the time to make a friggin' theme to be able to make this look halfway as decent? Because I will do it, it's just, you know, I have better things to do. Would love to be able to download my theme from my terminal into this. That would be fantastic, right? Stupid, stupid, stupid Windows. I'm going to see if I can do it, or at least look at what it's set to. Oh, you will give me the hex values in here. Like, come on, they didn't even like try to make anything look halfway as decent. I mean, like, I feel like nobody in the entire Windows development community like acknowledges that Linux exists and uses it to at least like be like, hey, let's try to get close to making it look like how other people are making it look. Just even offer it as an option. I'm not saying you gotta do the whole thing like that, but like, why not try to? I mean, you copy everything else that everyone does anyway. You see what I'm saying? So why not just copy that too? This is totally what people want to watch, is me customize Windows and fight with it because I don't know what I'm doing and it doesn't work the way I want it to. That's an interesting magenta. They call it purple. So I don't know if this is going to be the same thing, but 878 and an A. And cyan. Let's see what that looks like. That is cyan. Nice. So I guess they are the same colors. I mean, like, literally the whole setup is exactly the same way it is in iTurn. They're literally the same colors written out in the same order. And just in case we're clear here, that is not alphabetical order, because it's like black, red, green, yellow, blue. So clearly it's not in alphabetical order. But somehow it's magically in the same order on my machine as it is on Windows. Yeah. So it's clear y'all copy this stuff, but you just for some reason decide not to like actually copy it right. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's not going to use those colors. I really don't want to have to put those ones in too. They're actually kind of close too. At least I got some of these colors right. Oopsie. Alright, what was that? 4141. You know, and the worst part is I definitely need to make sure I find a way to save this, because in a few months this virtual machine will expire and there's no way I'm doing this again. This is ridiculous. And the problem is now I've started to do it and I don't feel like halving it. Like I feel like if I half it and don't finish doing it the whole way, I'm gonna be irked by it because it's gonna be so close. So now I've like committed to going full on doing the whole thing, and like I get locked in, you know, and it's just like, well, guess we're gonna go all the way with this. I just deleted that for some reason. Yeah, that's supposed to be this color. Oh my god, I did it again. I keep on not realizing which screen and computer my mouse is on, and I'm overwriting the wrong stuff. EDFB 95. It's gonna look so nice when it's done, you'll see. You're just like, why is he wasting his time doing this? And then it's going to be done. And then you're going to be like, oh, that actually kind of does look pretty nice. And then I will say, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you realizing that I got a reason why I'm doing all this crazy nonsense. I'm not just crazy because I like to be crazy. You know, I usually generally have a good reason why I'm doing 4E8. You know, and if I was like not as lazy, I would write a loader to be able to take your settings from somewhere else, and it's probably just a JSON file. It probably could be done. Did it again. Did it again. Not clicked on the right spot. D0 FEFD go. One more and we're done. Let's just do it at this point, right? Man, the colors just do not look the same on... I mean, I guess because it's in a virtual machine and maybe the colors are just not as good. Really, there's like no colors for the... Oh, God. I don't know what I'm doing. I really wanted like some nice colors for which is the... So terrible. Alright, I'm done. That's as close as we're getting. Oh yeah, here we go. Open JSON file. There is a JSON file for it. Yeah, I probably could have easily just loaded this in. Oh well, too late. Done now. It's done. On to the next. So now what I want to know is, where is the option to do things like split screen? Is that even in here? Yeah, how does one do that? Apparently you have to add that because it's not even an option. Oh, split tab? Duplicate tab. Oh, there we go. Nice. This is what I want. We're getting there. So let's go ahead and close this out. Let's go ahead and pin to the taskbar. Store, you can close. Google Chrome, you can go away too. PowerShell, you can go away. Because you are now my new... Can you only split vertically? You can't split horizontally? Like, I will find everything in the world to complain about. Oh, looks like you can. Oh, hello. Alright, it just doesn't let you pick. It just kind of does it for you. Can you resize them? No. Like, I'm gonna complain about everything because that is super annoying. But the fact that... Oh god, does it not do path completion with tab? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. Woo! I thought for a second it did do tab completion. I was about to lose my mind. Like, literally just lose my mind. This is terrible. Oh wait, you can move it? No, I just did the tab. Oh god. There's probably keyboard shortcuts to do it. What a just trash nightmare. Hey J-Root, Brazilian. Hi J-Root, good night. I'm a member of the Brazilian GLQ community. I'm very confident in your work. I know people doubt your ability. Really, who but doubts my ability? But keep doing your work seriously and soon they'll be blown away. Appreciate that. Yeah. They're a little you know, I've seen this happen before. This is not uncommon. What happens is when the market goes down and people start losing money, the people who are in the chat, hey Sergio, the people who are in the chat start getting really nasty attitudes. It has nothing to do with the project or anybody in particular. It seriously has everything to do with the fact that people get salty because they are losing money. So they basically start treating other people really crappy. And I've seen this happen many times before. When Jesus Christ, the market will take a dive and people will get pissy. It has happened before, it will happen again, and that is basically what you are seeing right now, is people who people who were under the assumption that the market was going to keep going up, and that they didn't do the research, and like we talked about just a couple hours ago, they didn't have plans, they didn't have a plan throughout how they were going to trade. And basically what happened was they got wrecked. They have lost money. And again, that loss could be a paper loss. It 100% could just be an unrealized loss at this point. But chances are they probably will panic and sell, and then they'll go and try to... See, the thing is, you don't always need to be trading. This is what people don't understand. The reason why people who are good at trading trade the way they do is because they know when to trade. Sometimes the best trade is to just sit on the sidelines in your cash and not do anything. If there's no opportunity that presents itself, there's no need to go out and try to force an opportunity. But you will still see people doing that. 100% you will see people doing that. It's amazing. These are so simple of things that the average person could do, and they don't, because they think they're traders. That's my opinion, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But too many people think they're traders. They're not traders. They're just people who like to gamble, and they think that they enjoy it. And all they do is make themselves frustrated and angry and lose money. Like, honestly, if you take anybody who has been quote unquote being a trader recently, take whatever that they have made and ask them if they would have held whatever it was that they originally initially bought and didn't sell and try to trade, where they would be at. And I guarantee they would have made more money if they just would have held on to what they had. But that's too boring for them. They can't sit for months when it goes nowhere, so they have to constantly jump in and out of other trades and lose money in the process of doing it, and never making as much if they would have just continued to do what I have been saying, not financial advice. Dollar cost average, dynamic dollar cost average is my method. You would be in a so much better place. But you know, people don't want to hear that because it's boring. You know, what they do is they go around and they see these YouTubers and they think that they are making all of this money and that they can do it too. No, you can't. Because if you could, you wouldn't be living in your mom's basement. You would be out there making that money. It is very hard to make money consistently in the market. You're going to make money occasionally. You're going to hit a trade right. You're going to catch something when, you know, you get in early. But to do it consistently so that you are always making money is very difficult to do. It's very difficult to do. And generally speaking, you are probably not good at it. It's just a fact. And the problem is that some people really struggle with accepting that. You know, people will make the same mistake over and over again and not learn from it. And it is just the dumbest thing in the world that you can literally, how do I get, oh, that is not the button I wanted to push. What did I do? Oh, that was the pause. Shit. Let's resume. Really? What did I hit? Recording? I don't know what I just did. Yeah, no, I did hit pause. It's really what it comes down to is that people are not traders. They think that they are. No plan of action, and repeating the same mistake over and over again, despite having learned it. And literally, it's like people who have issues with like gambling or anything, and it's they basically will do something and be like, oh crap, I lost money, I really shouldn't do that again. And they literally, like, for a couple of days, weeks, whatever, not do anything like that again. And they literally then will redo it again and be like, oh, it's so stupid, blah, blah, blah. And they'll go through that same thing over and over again. Dude, if that's you, stop doing it. Like, it's so simple. Just stop. You'll make more if you don't try to go along those lines. Like, I'm telling you. Or don't. I mean, I don't care. Some people need to learn that over and over again. Some people go out and trade on margin and have to learn that mistake over and over again. Dude, I can't help you. If you're not willing to learn from your mistakes and constantly be open to learning new things and hearing new things, you're just going to have to continue to keep learning the same things over and over again. I can't help you. Oh, yeah. Ugh, is my Thai food here yet? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh boy. I love when nerdy people like get into not arguments, but you know, like conversations about technology stuff and have these conversations because they're hilarious. We're literally a bunch of nerds in here commenting on the state of PHP as a programming language. Somebody wrote PHP for life. Love it. Yeah, let's see. Delivery. People are shooting off fireworks. That's what that is. I was trying to figure out what all the noise was in the background. These crazy people are shooting off fireworks right now. Day after Thanksgiving? Fireworks? Like what? Damn, I don't know if y'all can hear that, but they're going hard out there on the fireworks. Probably having the music on doesn't help either. But yeah, no, they're going hard out there with the fireworks. Order placed, order delivery time. Yeah, they forgot to change their clocks for daylight savings. Yeah, they forgot to change their clocks for daylight savings. Because that time does not seem right. I'm gonna go check on the status of my food. In the meantime, I'll be like literally right back. I'm just gonna go to the front door and see whether or not my food is there because I am so hungry. But don't go anywhere. I mean, you know, we're gonna be hanging out because clearly I've just been doing this nonstop. So we are in 6.5 hours into the stream. I don't know why, but it's been fun. So hang on, I will crank a little of these background tunes up and be back in a minute. Dear people who deliver food, why do you put the bag of the food directly in front of, like, okay, so I have a door, you know, regular door that locks and all that, and then I have a screen door that, you know, the door into the house opens up like inward, like a normal front door does, and the screen door opens outward. And people put the bag of food directly in front of the door so that you can't open the screen door to get to your food. I've been like complaining way too much today, and I apologize. However, I'm right on most of the things I rant on. And if I'm not, whatever, y'all can deal with it. This is why I write in my blog. I literally have rants in there of just kind of saying these things because The world needs to know the crazy thoughts, because this is what my head is like 24 hours a day. Oh man, it's so good. So good. Yeah. I am I don't have anything exciting that I can like put on we can like watch together, but end up getting whacked for copyrights. Oh god, I'm so hungry. All this coding is giving me an appetite. My food's been sitting out there for a little bit. I kind of forgot about the fact that I needed to go get it because I can't hear the doorbell with my headset on. Oh well, these things happen. You know what I think is disgusting? I'm not gonna lie. I think one of the most disgusting things, and again, I will explain why I have this issue with it. I think mukbang is so disgusting. And the reason why it bothers me so much is the sound of people eating like that. I find so disgusting. Like if someone's just like, people do it and they like AMSR it, where they're like, the microphone really close and turned all the way up, and like them slurping and sucking on stuff. Like I want to die. It's like the nails on a chalkboard to me. I'm not gonna lie. That's what it's like for me. So many rants, so little time. Yeah, I'm gonna eat some food. Maybe I'll scroll through the markets and the news while we're just sitting here. But I can eat pretty quickly. I'm pretty good at it. Usually. Because mainly I'm so hungry that, I'm gonna just crush through this food. But yeah, let's peep what the markets look like real quick. Yeah, no, we are still red. I actually earlier was gonna make some buys and I didn't, and I actually because I kind of figured there's gonna be some follow through. Not financial advice, but just kind of my thoughts that there might be some follow through. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, let's scroll through and take a gander at some prices. Let me turn up a little music while I shovel a little food in my mouth. Dude, what happened with the guy from Celsius? Didn't somebody get in trouble? Bora pessoa. Hello. I don't know what that means. You like that crunchy sound? Is that doing it for anybody out there? Yeah, I'm gonna hit this up into Translate. Translate into English for me, please. Thank you. Nice. I have to remember that we have a strong community. Yeah, the Brazil, the Portuguese, Brazil. I know that you guys speak two different languages. Some of you guys, Spanish and then Portuguese, not the same thing. But yeah, our Brazilian group is really strong. Saudi Arabia is really strong. I find it very interesting. We have some awesome international groups. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with Crypto Panic because that's my spot to go to. I feel like bearish news is gonna be where it's at today. I apologize that I'm not talking right now. My dinner just arrived, so I'm attempting to eat it as quickly as possible so we can get back to the fun on stream. So in the meantime, I'm just trying to pull up some news and see what's going on in the market. 86% of hacked Google Cloud accounts used for illegal crypto mining. What else are you going to do with it? You know, I mean, Cyborg J Root. No, seriously. 7-hour stream, going hard. You know, I just realized that I probably should help y'all out. Make that a little bigger. Ooh, spicy. Oh boy. I don't completely understand buying a derivative of Bitcoin when you can buy the real thing. I mean, I guess it helps with the price swings, but you know, if regulation comes, it's going to affect these just as much. I mean, I guess if you're not willing to take on the risk and understanding of holding it, that maybe it's a good way to be exposed to it. Look at all these crypto YouTubers with their all in caps. Market is crashing. What should you do? Not listen to you is step one. If you do watch these people, there's nothing wrong with that. But you need to just take them as entertainment. And in my opinion, never directly act on anything they tell you in there. Did you see that they tried to start a GoFundMe for that terrible person? He got pulled. Which I think is fantastic. You know, I was kind of interested if anyone was picking up any kind of Black Friday deals. I just feel like a lot of times the Black Friday deals are like, oh, I'm going to buy it because it's super cheap, but I didn't really ever, wasn't actively looking to go buy this, you know? Oh, God. Whatever. I must have spilled all my food all over me. My headphone cord almost got caught on it. Woo! Would have been dangerous. Let's see what these morons are babbling about. Yeah, this guy, Celsius CFO, got arrested. Not a good look for your crypto. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's not related or is related. Celsius is going to get whacked no matter what. Yeah, we're taking some of the heaviest losses today. Money laundering, fraud, and sexual assault. Not a good look. Yeah, that's not good. Ooh, the spiciness kicking in the back. Maybe that'll clear me up a little bit. No, I'm kind of curious if they're going to say what they mine with these hacked accounts. Because they're probably not mining Bitcoin. They got to be mining something at CPU. Probably one of the privacy coins. Yeah, it doesn't say. They're just saying it's happening. Yeah, what time is it around the world right now? Yeah, so India is just waking up now, which they just got all but possibly banned. That's not going to help. So spicy. It's only good, literally, if it's just slightly too hot. You know, especially that first couple bites should be like to the point where you're like, I'm not even sure if I could eat this. That's how hot it should be. Oh, this is boring. see what's going on in the Twitter world. Oh god, can I press don't like to this? Christmas music. Like literally there are like people like watching the clock and be like, can we start playing it yet? What's the project you like working on most right now? That's a really good question. let me think about that for a moment before I just quickly and I don't want to just snap an answer. I want to think about it. I also want to shove more food in my mouth because I'm almost done. It's kind of hard not to say grappling. I mean, that is kind of, in my opinion, my most exciting project. Basically, I've recently gotten to the point where I'm going to be taking on more of an active role. And really focusing more on this than on other projects. So I'm kind of excited for that. There's a lot to do. Your answer to this question is very simple. We have become more correlated with the traditional markets. It's not a bad thing. It's something we always kind of expected would happen. And we also think that, actually, no, we've kind of always been correlated. I think what people are waiting for us is for us to become uncorrelated with them. You know, when markets move, money is going to make things happen. It doesn't matter if they're related or not. Yeah, I mean, in terms of crypto right now, that's definitely my biggest exciting project to be focusing on. I still have a few things going on outside of crypto that I work on, but but none of that is like bringing new technology. So it's really difficult to compete with that. You know, I mean, we don't want to move from token to a coin. We want to move from being a token on the Ethereum network to being a token on our own network. I mean, GLQ has always been a token. It is used for the platform. So that's why, despite whatever goes on with this regulation, we should always be in a good position. Or I should say, in a better position than some other cryptos. Nice. What languages do you code in? Keeper Joey said he's a developer, so we're about to just kind of nerd out for a minute. Y'all gonna have to hold on. Yeah, I mean, new tech is fun. Having a challenge is fun. Learning something new is fun. You know, that definitely helps to keep things fresh and new. He says I mostly program in C# and C++, but also done some Node.js and other JS frameworks. Yeah, it's pretty solid. JS frameworks are really popular right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm all about learning new languages too, but at the same time, I also still maintain a code base for a client that's written in PHP. PHP was one of the first languages I learned. again, you have to remember that this was, God, I don't even know, was it after 2000 or was it the late 90s? It was probably, yeah, no, I didn't even want to mention it either because people have such strong reactions about PHP. And honestly, back then it was a good first language to learn. I don't think that's true anymore. Um, Look, I mean, really, when it comes down to it, thank you. The new versions of PHP aren't that bad. They're finally getting to where they should have been. You know, PHP had a really tough time after version 5. Basically, that was kind of a bit abandoned. And there really was no development in the PHP space. And somebody actually kind of picked it up and started releasing newer versions, but they were all through God, what was the name of the person who released, you know, those extension packages? Doesn't really matter, but the point is, you know, they really started making strides when they really then picked things up again with PHP 7 and now PHP 8. You know, they're bringing in the things that they should have brought in years ago to make it a language that can actually compete with other languages. And now they're looking to start a PHP Foundation. And they're actually looking to bring in some full-time developers to work on the PHP coding language, which I think is a really good thing. It's something they needed to do years ago. Because PHP is not going anywhere. You know, first of all, there is a crap ton of legacy stuff that's built on PHP. And there's a lot of newer frameworks too. Yeah, Visual Studio can be a little laggy, I agree. I'm running on a virtual machine right now with it. I mean, have you ever tried using Xcode? That's really no better on the Mac side of things. Or Android Studio for the Android side of things. I mean, it's just both of those. They're super, super laggy. Yeah. I actually used to use Sublime for years. I said Android Studio might be my most hated IDE. You know, I used to use Sublime for years as my IDE. And recently I fully switched over to using VS Code. And I think it's actually pretty good. It works. Yeah, when I started doing PHP, I was using Vim, which is basically Notepad. Um, I thought it was hardcore. You know, all I needed was the little coloring syntax, and I was good to go. I didn't need anything else. I didn't need autocomplete or any of that stuff. Vim is the worst. Doggy, 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 what? If you don't already follow, We Rate Dogs is a fantastic I was gonna say subreddit, a fantastic Twitter to follow. Didn't even turn coloring on. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to program either now without the stuff. I've gotten so used to at least syntax formatting. I mean, autocomplete a lot of times just kind of helps to code faster. I could probably deal without it if I had to. Yeah, that was a different time, man. Dogs are hilarious. With or without curly braces. Really, it depends on how you use those curly braces. If you put them at the end of the statement, or if you put them on the next line, and both then in a line straight from there. It's really interesting because I use curly braces differently depending on what language. So in C#, I do put them on separate lines by themselves. So whatever the function is, and then underneath it, by itself, not indented, and then everything underneath it indented. But in PHP, I will end the function with the curly brace. I will open the curly brace, same thing with if statements and everything else, and then close back at the beginning of whatever opened it, and everything inside is indented. But it's really funny because, you know, honestly, that's with normal PHP code. But I'm pretty sure It's weird because everybody has different code uh, layout and syntax and formatting that they all like to push. I mean, we've kind of gotten a little standardized, but a lot of these things, it's some person wants to do it this way. Yeah, so what's interesting is that when I write out a function that is something that's being called from, that's not inside of a PHP script, I write them out this way, where they're on the next line. And everything is indented, and the reason why is because this is a PHP file that is filled with functions. So in terms of that, it's written out that way because it makes it cleaner to read. But a normal PHP file, that would be, where am I? Libsite. Like here, I can grab inside a page. Yeah. A normal PHP file that's written out. Oh, look at this. This one actually is that way. Yeah, no, pages. So yeah, no, it looks like all of mine inside of there for this project are written in that format. It's really weird because I personally, functions a lot of times are written like that, and then anything else is not. So if statements would open, for each would open at the end and then close. Yeah, no, and this reasoning is just because then everything is underneath and it makes it easier to see when it's full of functions. I'm thinking of like the actual files that are in the template for this, and for those, a lot of those are just pieces of PHP that are embedded inside of the HTML part. So for those, there actually is no open function, but you'll see PHP written that way. Yeah, same line as the if statement. I actually like that format better. That was how I learned how to do it as well. I'm pretty sure I definitely do JavaScript functions that way. I mean, really what it comes down to, as long as you do it consistently, that's all that really matters. Even if it's just you coding and, somebody might have to eventually pick it up. Yes, the reason why that took a long time to load is because these are being loaded over SSH. So that was why these particular folders took a little bit longer to open. But you know what? And this actually is over SSH too. But these ones that are local files, they actually aren't too bad. They'll open pretty quickly. Yeah. The reason for that is, as you know, PHP is a server-side language. And rather than editing those files and running the server on my machine, I have a dev server that's in the cloud that I, because I'm editing those files on SSH, once I save it, it saves it onto that server, and then refreshing the server will show the changes. It's basically just due to the fact that there's a lot of configuration stuff that goes into that site. Plus there's database servers and Redis servers and all that other stuff. So by doing it where that server is in the cloud where where the rest of the environment is. Because also, I mean, so I do DevOps, so I maintain servers and that side of things as well. And basically, you know, for that setup, having a person who's maintaining some of the configuration stuff, so that you don't have to deal with setting this up. Yeah, no, it is annoying right now for PHP. You know, that's the other thing too, is just, you know, it's not like you just can a lot of times run. So I mean, that's the other thing too, is that you also want to be using whatever version, you know, you're using in production in your development environment, and all the other things that come along with it. So having something that on the server side, where Nginx, PHP, FPM, and all of those are basically a duplicate of the production configuration, but configured in a dev environment, just in my opinion, makes it easier to do dev stuff and quicker, obviously, but also at the same time, you have a better chance of troubleshooting production issues in your development, and developing in your development and pushing code that's going to work in production. You know, the old adage, like, it works on my machine. I mean, you really don't want to download, you know, the source code and feel like, you know, you're troubleshooting a bug, and you can't recreate it in your local environment because you have a completely different config. I mean, that just is kind of not where you want to be at. So matching the production config, at least the base config for the production, and then you know, obviously in your development environment, you can, you know, enable some more debugging and stuff like that. Cute dog. Cute dog. Can't pet that dog! Anybody know that one? That one makes me laugh. What's that from? I'm gonna have to go to YouTube really quickly. It's possible. Yes, this little kid, this guy right here. Can I pet that dog? Hold on, I gotta turn my music down. Actually, hold on, wait.
No, can you go see? Cause I need to. Can I pet that dog?
No,
Can I pet that dog?
no,
Can I pet that dog?
no, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
You can go to sleep.
No, can
Can I
you go
pet that
see?
dog?
Cause I need to.
Yeah. Can I pet that dog? He's sleeping. No. Yeah, so, God, this conversation about PHP is still going on between these nerds. Can I pet that dog? Like, seriously, that's hilarious. Yeah, you know, I'm not really too sure. So, like, right now we just brought somebody on because we're doing some really big work on the templates and the there we are, on the documentation, and we're doing some work on the documentation. We're doing tutorials and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to, you know, I mean, the thing is that, you know, one of the things that we are always looking for is people who are active in the chat. You know, you wouldn't believe how many people come in and say things like that they're interested in doing stuff like that, and then they just disappear. So we're definitely looking for people who are active in the chat, in the development chat, and doing the good work of GraphLink. Just kind of that, you know, show up and can be seen as being reliable. Kind of goes a long way to have some people like that who are interested in getting onto the dev side of things. You know, the other thing is too, I mean, we can talk at some point, but a very good chunk of the code is available. Yeah, I had this feeling that you were under a different name, and that's why I couldn't recognize who you were. You know, the other thing too is that the source code is on GitHub, so there is some things that you could do, you know, and just earn a bounty for if you know, you were interested in kind of playing around with it. It is a little difficult to compile the source code, you know, especially just because without having access to the backend stuff, it can be a little difficult to run. Uh, Sorry, chatting on